Suppose it's time to do more of Coatepec Mountain. There we go. Alright. Start off with a few dailies. Wonder who I will be fighting. If anyone. Okay. Right, we do have expeditions. Just to make sure, I am pretty sure that the mushrooms and flowers actually did not respawn. As it takes precisely 6 hours. Yep, they're not back yet. Gonna have to wait a little bit longer. It's right there. That's alright then. But even still, I do think going for Mora is going to be a good use of resin, just because of all of Mora I gotta use on Morone, and oh, I did not expect that to totally miss. Because I fired it a little early. Okay then. Well, alright. Well, here we go. We can try that all over again. Cool. And that'll work. Come on. And taking you out should get me back. Yep, get me back a good amount of Fulgiston. Once every 12 seconds, 25. Okay. In that case... fly on over. Thank you. Cool. To toss this down. And just like that. Cool. Thank you. And blasting like this should be fine. I expected a bit more fall damage there. That's okay. Oh my goodness. I was not expecting actual knockdown. Normally it's not a huge issue. Okay. Oh, that's right. Can't actually target the deer as an enemy. Pretty sure. Yep. Nothing. That won't even go. Well, you can lower to the ground, but there's nothing to be gained. Right. Go down here and Mualani to do a bit of surfing. Again, I do think going to want to... do want to go back through there briefly, but mainly it's a matter of Mance of Monitu murals. And that, interestingly enough, has a map layer, but it's not actually showing any actual imagery. Okay. Well, that's life. Suppose it'll show up after I actually finish up with the mural. Oh, there's an Oculus right there, as one does. Okay. Keep on surfing through. Hello. Thanks. I wonder, yeah, the Kaholosaurs themselves don't have the same kind of cooldown. Okay. Thank you. That was pretty nice. Okay. Last quick little daily is going to be cleaning this stuff up. Okay. Alright. We can continue our glide over. Isn't really much faster, honestly, but it's fun to go in the air. Hello. To do a bit of cleanup. Okay. Got in the flash. Yep. Little cleaning the pool. Yeah. Coax him out. Okay. Where do we find head or tummy? Right over there. Hello. How are we? We just grab him when we run off, or unhappy? Okay, so it doesn't fail. It's just you got to choose one of these. Okay. Not much of a difference. Okay. Not even an achievement for this one, even though it does show up. It's a quest up commission. Okay, cool. Goodbye. Goodbye. Okay. Now we can do more in Coatepec. That part of our weekly duties is complete. So there are also a few more ley lines I should be farming. Thank you. Thank you. After a couple of these, switch back to the other party. Yeah. Question is, of course... Oh, and that's the week's resin use. Okay. That's right there. Is Oron... It's not at maximum yet. I guess I could use some of the juices. Also that. And... Oh, wow. Really getting that crit rate up. Cool. And that's just one of those. That ain't nothing all that special, but now we do have his set fully maxed out. That's exciting. Just gonna maintain his usefulness. Does still have Fab up right now. When I went around here, I do think I might leave the Ancestral Temple itself for last. Think though I probably want to stay off the central mountain and instead go around here where Coatepec more or less merges with Toyac. Just keep that area clear. Much to think about. One is kind of self-contained. Either way, there will be a good number of local legends I can fight today. That'll be fun. Down here last time, and this is about where things ended. There is a Tepetless down there. Sconce for it, but there is no tremor or anything I see. Not much of a reason to actually use a Tepetless in particular. I guess we can try attacking, but luring you to shore and trying to fight you this way is going to work better. Even in spite of their Hydra Res, I do think Mualani is going to be the best option. But definitely need that shred. Okay. Yeah, because it does mean you get to... Oh. Let Night Soul, low Night Soul consumption on water carry you a good way through. And of course, when we were actually on top of the water surfing, that was too high up to actually... Find that and drown them, that's easy. Actually claim the drops that fell down under. And break this. Though I don't imagine. I don't know, maybe breaking the targets will do something. Oh, basic bites are so weak it didn't even break them in one hit. Funny. Okay. And that third hit barely didn't damage. Okay. Barely didn't destroy. Right. That is where Saurian Research Center was. It's one of the exits. My question is, you're probably supposed to use the flame granite to just blast that platform and drop them into the water. Oh, we could have used that on those Cavolosaurs too, I think. Well, alright. Maybe if I ever come back. Of course, the likelihood of that is low at best. This goes over to Fire Thief's Isle, but this is partially Coatepec. That is worth looking into, I suppose. There is even a bit of water. Guess I could turn back and just surf around. Go the perimeter. Maybe. I don't imagine there's anything in particular out in the water, but even still. Well, alright. We can just get all those Night Soul points back real quick. This is where things stop. Getting close to that border. Well, that's alright. I wanted just to make absolutely sure. It is interesting how Fire Thief's Isle is always visible on in the world. It just isn't on the map until you actually do its challenges. That was a fun thing to check out. That one patch. And why are you in the water? Oh, probably because it was in contact with the water layer below the map. Right. Okay. And not a one-tap. Pretty good, though. Nice. Thank you. Of course, it's not like I really need it drops for anything, but still. Well, and grab it with a little bit of flight. Oh, there's actually a Spiritway there. That's interesting. Yes, we can take this Cavolosaur on, and normally, yeah, you'd have to kill it in order to get this going, but not in this case. And of course, best way is going to be Kinich. Thanks. Keep on shooting. Keep on shooting. Okay. Oh my goodness. Falling into water like that was rather annoying. But we can just use you. Get that shred going, and there it is. Fun. But of course, they have to be close enough for Shiunin to actually hit. Oh no, this is a challenge. And it's another totally random Spiritway challenge unconnected to a warrior. That's... okay, cool. Amidst the flowing light. Spiritway to increase your challenge score. This would actually be a good place to check whether Mualani actually goes faster than the Cavolosaur. This has lots and lots of targets. Interesting. But it is pretty cool that they're, given that Mualani's gameplay is very connected to these Spiritway challenges, and that it's harder to really be really use its abilities in a interesting challenge-related way without one of these racetracks compared to the others. There are a number of repeatable challenges like these just around the world. Because I haven't seen any for the other characters, though, to be fair. They don't have anything like a Spiritway entrance. That would be a good sort of repeatable challenge object that can show on the map and be obviously different from normal time trial pedestals. Cool. And I think that might be maximum? Let's see. Yeah, and the maximum rank is A. Okay, we did it. And, okay, there was a chest for A rank and a chest for B rank. Well, that's fun. Yeah, I did not expect there to just be a random challenge here. Oh, and wow. It wasn't all that hard, but to get that A rank, you had to be nearly perfect. Wait, I gotta do that again. I didn't remember to check what time it was at the end of the Spiritway. Okay. 26. And one more time. Just remember to check the end. I don't think she's actually moving any faster. But there's a lot more activity in her animation, so it feels a bit faster. Well, that's fine. Most of the targets are to get from C to B. And there it's mostly kind of done. Okay. Of course, it's 200 for the targets, because you have to actually time something to do it. Let's get another nice A rank. That's cool. Okay. Right. And just a little bit more. Yep, that's that max score again, and we hop off around a cool 116. It's about 70 seconds. Let's try this with the Kaholasaur then. Alright. Oh, but we automatically go on it as well. Oh, we gotta try that again. I missed that. Oops. And it... Okay, it comes back. But it had to actively respawn. Okay. Ooh, I think we should be far away enough to not actively... No, we are automatically on here. Okay. Timing there helped, and... Okay, there definitely is a little bit different... A little bit of difference in how they control. Kaholasaur definitely has... No, it's just how it looks. I was gonna say, it feels as if it's moving a little bit slower. Not really. Maybe, though. It feels like just the tiniest bit slower. But I can't say for sure whether it's just the feeling of the animation or something else. Right. Bite. Well, spin. And... I don't get the impression that this is actually any slower. Oops. Actually, it does seem to be the tiniest bit slower. But only the absolute tiniest amount. It's interesting. Also, there seems to be a random Kaholasaur there. Oh, that's because that's where I quit the first time and it left that sconce there. Okay. Well. It was interesting to stumble upon. Well. suppose we can keep moving around this way. Still does not show what's going on with that manse of Manitou murals. Also, got multiple you. Should be Kinich. Okay, cool. 1, 2, shoot. And okay. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Never mind. Okay. Fight. And that kind of did it. Well, let's try that one more time. Another go at it. But of course, she will not. Oh, shredding hurt. So basically, focus down one, get a bit of spread damage with Kinich, and then have Mualani come in, Shion and shred Hydro, and then go for a bit more. Well, for one, we need a little bit of healing. Let me just think. Thank you. Nice. Nice. Anything up here, though? Away from where that source mechanism was, or... doesn't really look like it. Guess we'll keep moving. We've got a couple of warriors to fight. And this is where it really becomes Toyac, and the water starts having some things in it. Okay. Well, to be fair, they're leaving space empty for Fire Thief. More or less. And did hit a little behind me. Good. Alright. That case. You are simple trash. We will. You handle this. And there's our missile? Actually, no. Okay. And just the shots did it that time. See anything top, really. Simple enough. Here we have a group of dudes. This is about where, yeah, it turns into the Ancestral Temples area. Right, hello. I think. Let's take you on. Thanks. Go away. Oh, that didn't crit. Okay. Yeah, that makes a bit of a difference. Anything in this spot? Giving us flame granites for no real discernible purpose. Oh, there is a little more rock. Question is... supposed to just use this to blow up that guy, or what? I don't know. Well, that is Genshin for me. Nothing around. That's alright. There was a challenge here meant to be done with Kinich or Yunkasaur that I, again, accidentally did. We're trying to do that exact daily. And why is this still here? Is this gonna be something different? Oh, it... for whatever reason, this pressure plate just stays. You know... it's not gonna despawn by going to an instance area. I think I should mark that and come back later. See if that overrid anything. Well... okay. So there is a little by right by the teleport point. Not the yellow mountain, just green little hill. Actually go up top and see what this is. If it's not something I've seen before, and I think there was a chest there before that I got. Probably. Right. Is also a rock that Shionen could easily destroy. Hello there. And of course, we also have that Yumkasaur, but as for now, I'll just break it like this, and oh! Yumkasaur just ran right up. Now it's there. Okay. We want to take it down. Well, where did you go? Are you just gone? That Yumkasaur just gone now? That's nothing, though it could maybe be some kind of domain entrance. You are right over here. Okay. Well, alright. Let's go ahead and use the power of vaporizing flame granites on you. Thanks. No, that was pretty good. Though quite frankly, I think it would have been faster to just have Mualani proc vaporize herself. And what is this guy right here up to? What's his deal? You look vaguely suspicious. Oh, I think this is some kind of cave. Maybe if I broke all those ores. Crispy. 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2. Paimon sound the weirdo alarm. If you ask me, the only weirdos around here are you outlanders. Oh, this sure isn't the type of place you expect to see outlanders. Is this some kind of forbidden place or sacred place? Nope, just some place I discovered completely by chance. Place of buried treasure. Definitely get this out of the way. Well, come on then, you two. Huddle up. Can you hear it? This very special rock before you. This is the treasure stone. The little humming noise it makes rise and falls. It looks like the sound of breathing. Hard life being a rock, huh? I'm good at breathing, too. You know what's so amazing about being able to breathe? Wait, why are we even talking about this? A rock can breathe, yes, and not only that, if you press your ear against it, you can hear a beat too, even the sound of rock running against rock beneath its coarse surface. Hee-hee-ho-ho, such wonderful sounds, and if you feed it small rocks, it'll give you even better, shinier rocks in return. How simply incredible is it now? Look at these gemstones, look, 1, 2. Probably trying to steal our gems. Oh, so that's what you were doing when you came over just now, counting gems. Yes, I can tell that after gobbling up all these rocks, the treasure stone has become even stronger, even more powerful than before. This must be a miracle. My treasure stone, my precious. Sounds rather suspicious for real, as it would sound like some kind of scam. I never expected outsiders like you to believe me. No one would believe it before they tried it themselves. I myself discovered it by pure chance after placing some ore that I collected on the treasure stone's edge. Speaking of which, let me give it a try. Seeing is believing after all. It just so happens that it's already eaten all the rocks around here, though. I need to find some new ones, but I can't go looking myself. And why not? Well, of course, someone has to stay here and look after the treasure stone, don't they? Can you imagine what would happen if it went into hiding underground or was away? What would I do then? I've stood guard here for such a long time now. All the rocks I had in me, I've already fed them to the stone. Go find me some new ones and I'll prove it. I'll feed them to it before your very eyes. It sounds like a classic con artist pitch. What do you think, traveler? Want to give it a try? Well, if they're just rocks. That's the deal. You go pick some rocks with me, I'll feed them to the treasure stone, and I guarantee you it'll make some even better ones. I'll go with white iron chunks. Maybe. Well, there are also those ores right over there. Let's start out with normal iron. It's going inside. We'll definitely get this out of the way. Come on. Start with crap. Though we actually have fewer of those in white. I'll feed these to the treasure stone once things have quieted down. Just get some time. Hey, and I'll produce some even better rocks. Hit 1, 2. Patience, patience is the key. When things are quietened down, I'll feed these to the treasure stone. Well, okay. It's obviously just putting them over here. Certainly something. Guess I will try to reload the area. Will this make a difference? Well, one way to really find out. that's there. This didn't come out. Maybe I need to adjust the time. But it could easily be a daily reset thing. Okay. Yeah, it's definitely gotta be daily reset related. Maybe just try one more time. Maybe it's time and reload related. He did also say 1, 2, 3. It doesn't seem like proper quests. Well, let's let a couple more days pass and see if that makes it happen. Hungry. Okay, here we go. Will this make any difference at all? The answer is... well, of course, we should try to reset the area with a quick teleport, but I do think that it's going to be a daily reset gated kind of deal. It is what it is. And I do wonder whether giving him regular iron chunks instead of white iron chunks might have made a difference, but it does seem like I'll just need to keep exploring the area and come back some other time to progress whatever this is, and presumably get behind that big rock into a cave. Probably gotta blow the darn thing up. But it's not back yet, and I don't see any flame granites around. Even though he says they're echoes, switching to a Children of Echoes character doesn't do anything. So I think the only thing to do here is going to be just continue exploring as normal and come back next time, whenever that is. Hello there, can I hit you here? Yep, right on the edge, which means you can use the Shred and the Cinder City damage bonus to compensate for the fact that we're hitting enemies with pretty hilariously high Hydro Res. But if I'm not critting, that doesn't exactly help. And the Shred's gone. Oh, come on. It is really funny that the one thing that a sort of non-Hydro People the Springs character would arguably be pretty good for would just be fighting Coholosaurs on water, if that's the kind of thing you ever care about. Which, there are, even if you're just looking for Saurian mats, far, far better ways to do that. What I do find very, very amusing is that apparently this patch, in one of the new areas that I haven't gotten around to exploring yet, because again, really do want to beat all of 5.0 exploration before I do that. And we're still a little bit off. Just a tiny, teensy bit. But they finally added a Saurian local legend to farm. And people thought it would mean, okay, instead of hunting around the entire map trying to track down the normally spawning Saurians to fight them and maybe feel bad about killing cute animals, I can just fight the local legend, because that's the best way, well, maybe arguably, one of the best ways to farm the whistles. The whistle materials is to fight Sappho over here. And she drops those. But The story in local legend this patch is a Night Soul Totem challenge, meaning it's in a pocket dimension, is not actually have any drops. So that dream and hope was kind of dashed. Right, let's light you on fire. Here we are. Thank you. And that did it. Thank you. But with all these coral grass sigils, well, they aren't really doing all that much. Can go up to that teleport point over there, I suppose? I'm kind of surprised that this Fatui encampment seems to be empty. And to be fair, it might have actually been different before, maybe, I don't know. Because what I do remember is that this is where a lot of the Capitano soldiers were during 5.1 Archon Quest. Alright. This is around a course where Secret Source Constructor is. Okay then. Well, it seems as if taking down these two remaining enemies will give me the chest. Hello. Hi. Hello. Did get that, which was nice. Okay. Interesting. Thanks. That's a little troubling. But AoE of the cannon shot is just big enough to hit them both. How exciting. This is still Coatepec. I was wondering for a second whether chests around here might drop that third ring fragment for the people of the Spring Secret Space. Oh, that's funny. You still got a vortex over there. And that was the one domain from 5.1 Archon Quest, or at least the front entrance that we never actually go into ourselves. Oh, and this is Toyac, though. And what I do find interesting about that remaining is that that probably implies that we might go back into that cave again, because that's where we fought. Well, not fought, where we encountered Cihuacoatl, the Lord of the Night. And it sends me pretty high, but cool view of the mural. But I think the main purpose of that was probably an Oculus that I don't remember getting. Well, gotta plunge at the right time so we don't die. You know what, if we're right here, let's just do this challenge. In 120 seconds, I could just use these flame granites. This is definitely a shooting gallery kind of deal. And you're over there. Oh well. And now you're over here. Interesting stuff. Okay. Keep on dodging. Got a couple. You do have a good amount of time. And now you're over there. Kind of like tower defense. And of course we could fight you firsthand, but this is more fun, honestly. As long as you can make it work. And just a couple more should handle it. Thank you. And the chest is back over there because we were supposed to stay around here and just lob flame granites at them. Fun. Anything here? Again, this is where it actually turns into Toyac. That's over there. Right. Alright. Interesting. Guess we could try to grapple up onto that spot. Don't think I will. Again, I do wonder what exactly is up with that treasure stone deal. Oh, hello. And that buried treasure is now mine. Sorry. Cool. And get gone. Turn into a puff of smoke. This is still Toyac, it seems. Again, it's interesting how the map boundaries that I marked here are not exactly confluent with the actual different areas, but it's as good as a sign I have as any. The treasure cave and the Monitu Mans. It might be something like the tunnel in Diamond Pearl Platinum Pokemon. And that's the other side of the Monitu Mans. He's just going to take ore and it will do nothing. And then he'll run away once we actually open it up, maybe. Maybe. Well, that rock up there, separate from the mountains, so I do want to go in there now, probably. Do you like how you can rocket yourself in any direction, not just up or diagonal? Diagonally up. Being able to hit the ground a little bit faster is honestly pretty nice too. Here we are, Amayako. I do think that this group of enemies falls into the purview of the exploration area I'm trying to do now. Hello there. Let's go ahead and... some of you seem to just be falling in the water, as one does. Hello there. Oh my goodness. There's someone down there who... Okay, now they can get back to us. Thank you. Nice. That got me back at sacrificial. I think maybe I'll go for the Monitu there anyway. We already got the chest for this. This was actually where I got one of the ring fragments, if I recall correctly. But of course, the treasure's gone now. Let's do this now. Thank you. Thanks. And know that with really good timing, you can actually leap right through that ring. Yep, fine. Line up right there. Chest gonna be on the water or on that cliff face? We do need to kind of babysit you. Okay. Oh, it is on the water, and by one of the Jet Set Eddies, no less. Interesting. And, oh, that takes me to a Hieroculus. Interesting. There's something else for that Monitu. Huh. Cool. Handle it like that. Now we can loop back around this way and see what's on top of this little peak. The orange tone of the water is cool too. It really shows the whole phlogiston aspect of it all. Thanks. And of course, lots and lots of dragon fangs. Saurian teeth, that is. And go ahead and blast. Thanks. Not expecting you to get as close as you did. That's okay. Thanks. And we managed to proc the burning. Goodbye. Cool. Ah, we still got hit. This... No, you can't put food near. Even though it looks like the Canopy Berry one. Oh well. There is some kind of Spiritway over there. I wonder if that's another challenge. Maybe. This is Toyac now, though. Let's just try this out. See what this is. It is just an actual Spiritway. Okay. Hello there. And where will this take me? Take me pretty darn hot. All the way into that cave. And can I ride it the other way to get back? Or... yeah, that's nice. So if I didn't want to grapple up, I could have just taken the slide. Not that it makes a tremendous difference in the end, but I do need to go in this cave as well. Right, it is interesting how it has multiple outlets. Well, guess I'll fight that guy now. Hello. And I do think, yep, simple enough that just going for Kinich and deal will work. Oh, not unless the cannonball doesn't crit and seem to connect pretty badly too. Oh, random fish. Fun. Suppose we can go up the water portion here. Of course, I need to loop back and check out that peak first. See what specifically is up top there. Or Coatepec has... oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... 3, 4, 5... 5 of the local legends. Yeah. 5 out of 10 of the local legends. Some of them are arguably only there by technicality, because Sappho and Waddle's blessing straddle the edges, but fully half of the local legends in the patch are all in Coatepec. Alright. Well, just keep on collecting ores, taking down enemies, grabbing their treasures, and, you know, this is Coatepec. I feel like using Kinich here, even if it might not be strictly optimal. Thank you. Fake Sappho. Cool. Thanks. Goodbye. Ah. That is pretty darn good. These could be used to climb up here, if I want to get up here from down there. But it's not like I'm in all that much of a hurry. Especially around here, and... oh, that's fun. And this is the side entrance to that domain from the Archon quest, but again, the fact that the vortex is still there does imply to me that we'll be making a return trip. Don't think it's this patch, but given that it's still where Cihuacoatl is, don't imagine it will be ignored. Okay, got a gust of wind, nice updraft with some pyrocrystal flies, phlogiston flies. It is interesting that I suppose that this isn't, though to be fair, that's because they're in the new area, those heated wind currents that only Chasca and Kukasaurus can use. There's a time trial challenge there, and an Animo slime. Also a grapple spot over there. It's interesting. some kind of dendro particle just chilling. Also, yeah, that would be kind of tough to find from here. Very least, I may as well get it now before I... Wait, that's not a dendro particle, that's... Oh... a coil grass sigil that moves. Leads you here. Hello. Let's figure out what this challenge is. Whatever it is. Thanks. And... did not kill. Tia actually managed to score a kill. Good for you. Rather cinematic for the start of this pyroparticle challenge. Alright. Let's move around. A little bit treacherous. Yeah, we're supposed to clearly grapple up. And here we are. Oh, and that means you could actually... these planks mean you could climb up with a Tepetlis or Children of Echo's character if the mood fancied. Even though it's very plainly meant to be grappled. 83. Close. And there is another Yunkasaur I should probably try taking out. What I want to see is... no, I can't get close enough to that barrel to shoot it. Okay. Well, alright. Thank you. Tia, get over that way so you don't fall off. And even without the full stacks, we still managed to eliminate. Fun. Let's go over. I guess climbing up to grab you is going to work a bit better. Cool. And anything more around this peak? Do you see that Animo slime? Oh well. Oh, we got 2 more crystal flies. And whatever's going on here. Hi. Oh, interesting. But how should I actually take you out? There aren't really barrels here to use. Nor a bow. Maybe it's meant to be a matter of grapple to one, grapple to the next, use the mid-air attack. That could have worked, except we angled it a little bit badly. Okay. Thanks. No damage. Probably due to the temporary full damage immunity that the grapple does give. Could always just use a bow. That's bow fun. Oh. At least with Kinich, the best way is going to be... also, I need to remember that it lifts me up a bit. Actually, aiming a little on the lower side is going to... and it moves me forward. Try this then. Wait, that... oh, it's just not connecting. That is interesting. I would have thought would have been the opposite of the case. It might just be a matter of the hitbox being really finicky. Yeah, that looks increasingly likely. Let's get right under. And it just doesn't really seem to be possible. If I had some flame granites around, that'd be one thing. No, we could just let Chasca do her thing. sure that she would honestly be a good option here. Yeah. Fun. Thank you. Or, of course, we could have used her actual bow, but... And that creates another updraft. That's interesting. It's always fun when chests do a little bit extra. Suppose we'll see where this takes me, which is just the same exact place. So you can get to the top of this mountain and do that particle challenge, either by climbing up on that scaffolding from inside the cave, activating that coral grass sigil and getting over here, or you can open that chest to get another updraft, but either way, it takes you to the same place. You just take a somewhat different route to get there. That is pretty darn cool. Let's see if we get anything from blowing that up. We got some crystal flies, and it's probably just a way to replenish phlogiston if you're having trouble getting up the mountain otherwise, and need to use a Tepetlis or something, or even just Kachina, but this was interestingly thought out. There is that random coil grass sigil over there for some reason. Let's get a bit closer and... Well, it's not random in as much as just clearly you then use it to grapple a couple times to get over here. Kinich's air movement is a lot of fun, but it definitely does take a bit of getting used to. And to be fair, it's really just a matter of Kinich is the cannonball and you're doing basic projectile physics calculations, as in you'll get the most distance if you aim at a 45-degree angle upward. But, of course, if you're going for height, then you aim a bit more up, but just if you're trying to go as far as possible, then you aim 45 degrees upward, more or less, and it gets you over there. Yeah, we went pretty far, and entirely through the air, too. Really takes me back to my days of high school physics class. I think, even with all the water, we can still stick with Dia there, and she fell in, but she did not drown. That is less than ideal. And I guess I can just hit you a couple times with fizz hits. I do appreciate, and then you drown. I guess it would make some sense if Kaholosaurus warriors, well, people with Springs warriors could actually swim, or at least not immediately drown. But it is still entirely based on more or less sort of enemy height and how tall they are, which is funny. Oh, what I could have and probably should have done is just, since they were in the water, toss a flame granite at them and enjoy the fruits of my labor, pun intended, which would really just be getting a vapor reaction. I do enjoy the thought put into flame granite placement and the fact that there are almost certainly deliberately a lot of places where you can shoot flame granites at enemies that are submerged and therefore would get free 50% damage to, bonus damage to that pyro. There was a video I saw of someone doing that Feast of Pursuit event from last patch, you know, the really tough versions of boss battles. And one interesting thing they did is that they managed to beat the souped-up version of Kongamato, the Gluttonous Umpasaur Mountain King, with Charlotte and Amber. And the way they made it work was they had Amber detonate the flame granites he spat out, and the flame granites do a set amount of damage based on the enemy's max HP, but it's pyro damage. So it's only set at base. So they had Amber's pyro arrows detonate the flame granites, and right before they exploded, they had Charlotte apply a bit of cryo to double the damage of each of those hits. And what's really funny is that that wasn't enough cheese by itself. So they spent the entire time just having a physical Amber build, just machine gun arrows at Kongamato. I want to see, actually. I need the healing anyway, and wow, that's actually pitiful. It is interesting that Shield Hit is not blunt damage. Nuclear arrows? What do you mean by nuclear arrows? Is that... When I think of an arrow of mass destruction, I'm reminded of an idea someone had for a sort of D&D cheese. Because are you familiar with bags of holding in D&D? Let's take you out. Okay, we got multiple, so I didn't need to press that again. We already got our sacrificial back. I don't think we'll need multiple procs this fight anyway. Yeah, exactly. The arrow of mass destruction, or the black hole arrow. I'm glad you knew what I was talking about. Wait, why were there were secret source items in that treasure chest? Honestly, it's really simple, but I really do find the idea of just putting enemy drops and certain items inside treasure chests, especially when it comes to specialties. Well, I don't think it's a couple miles, but I think it might depend on version. And I know you have to get pretty far away, but I know that back on... before it got scrubbed from all search engines, on 1D4chan, which is a tabletop gaming wiki, not an actual image board, that's where one of the bigger write-ups of the Arrow of Mass Destruction was. Yeah, exactly, how much Rule of Cool you're willing to get. I need to run D&D again sometime. I keep on saying this, but it really is just a matter of having time versus not having it. But the really funny thing was always, have you heard of the Peasant Railgun? It was an exploit idea in 3.5. Right, you might have mentioned that. But basically it's a rules exploit where you have a pole or a metal rod or something pass between a line of something like 100 peasants, because one of the rules is that handing something off to someone right by you is a free action that takes no time, quote unquote. And therefore, you can have it travel a hilarious distance in 6 seconds and then rocket out and presumably destroy something as would a railgun. What was your character like? You've probably told me before, but what was it again? But as I was saying, and of course the wiki page says the reason this is obviously nonsense is because you're exploiting the difference between D&D's approximated physics and, well, actual physics. And any DM worth their salt should say you don't get to have your cake and eat it too, in terms of when real-world physics apply and don't. Because if you can pass... oh, if passing that pole between each peasant takes no time at all, that's a breaking of physical simulation, so logically, it wouldn't make sense for physics to suddenly kick in and make it deal hilarious amounts of damage by moving at this high speed. Oh, interesting. And what class again? I have never played a Goliath. Right, and... Champion fighter? I think you might have mentioned that before. And I said to maybe look into a brute fighter, because in a way it's kind of just a better version of champion. Right. Because what I do worry about is that... and if the DM's nice, they might let you change your subclass. And it's not horrible for a first time around, but depending on how much you get into it and how much you get interested in roleplay and other mechanics, you might end up being kind of bored by champion eventually. Right, because of full play. But the one thing that is interesting about fighter, and this was over a decade ago at this point, which is crazy to think about, but when D&D 5e was initially getting tested... oh, right. With plate and a shield, full plate and a shield, that gets you to 20, right? Because 20 is basically balanced around... well, as in AC is balanced around sort of maxing out at 20 in most cases. So are you going for a dex build, or... the one thing I will say is that with heavy armor, if you want to go into heavy armor, that does have a strength requirement, if I recall correctly. But it has been a long time since I really played 5e. I might have mentioned this before, but the last time I really played D&D, I was running a modern fantasy 5e campaign that was based off of the Fate franchise, which was really fun. But it was an absolute... yeah, tanking's fun. I would say, just to think about for the future, I think the Cavalier fighter subclass is specifically built around tanking and drawing aggro. But if you ever had an interest in playing something like Paladin, and Paladin is really, really good. Paladin's fun, too. Because you get a lot of stuff. Paladins have access to Compelled Duel, which is basically... as well as Warding Bond, I believe, but... it has, essentially, most of the game's really dedicated tanking abilities. It's just something to think about. I like Paladin. I've played Paladin before and enjoyed the experience, even if it might not have lasted as long as I would have liked. One of my friends ran a very short-lived camp. Actually, that's right. The last time I played D&D was actually basically 2 sessions where I played at Dragonborn Paladin. Okay. Let's check this out. Dream Secret Priest, Angakook. Call forth the winds, then take both my hands with feverish fervor. Let them pass through the gaps between the blazing flames. If you can hear me, great Wyab, take my hands. Then in them place the fruit, the ripened fruit, to serve as a testament. And that makes much of Synthetia spawn. Oh, okay. Called shots are cool. But, what... yeah, and... definitely more in-depth combat at base would negate how monotonous Champion can often be, depending on how the DM runs things. So in that case, yeah, the simplicity of it shouldn't be as much of an issue. But even still... and I'm biased in a number of ways, because usually... I almost always play full spellcasters. I've enjoyed playing Bard, playing Wizard, playing Cleric. Cleric was a lot of fun. The one time I really played Cleric was back in high school, where the DM gave me, for some reason... I got some kind of Cleric mech suit, or fantasy mech suit, as a Cleric that, if I recall correctly, the one feature it really had, other than just being good armor, was allowing me to once a day just nuke someone with a 9th level fireball. That is cool. Yeah, I think this is where that Trouble Chronicle was. Right, that one time. I really hope, and I think the chances that they don't do it eventually are low. The question is just how long it's going to take, making Enjo playable in some form. Because right at the end of the Kinich Trouble Chronicle, he did reveal himself to have healed Yumkasor, just to be nice. Oh, okay. Protector and Stone Endurance. Yeah. But I would say, if you want to try tanking again after this campaign, Paladin, and to an extent Cleric, but mostly Paladin, have a lot of cool tanking options. And I'm biased in a number of ways, not just because I'm a spellcaster, but again, because I'm kind of a power gamer. But Paladin and Cleric are also just very, very strong. Oh, nice. I should, if I ever have more time, which I hopefully will eventually. BG3 would be cool. The question is what I run. They have Divination Wizard in BG3, if I recall correctly. Divination Wizard is real fun. Because there was a guide that I read back when I started playing D&D in my freshman year of high school by a guy named Treant Monk. And the way he described playing a wizard was as playing a god. Not in the sense of you do everything, you blow everyone up, but in the sense that your ability to disrupt enemies and support your teammates is nearly unparalleled. That especially if you play Divination, you can make your teammates do absolutely ridiculous things. Just get absolutely 100% out of their capabilities. And... Oh, Tavern Brawler? It... Twice for... Oh, wow. As in even attack damage? So that's just +5 to every hit, and as a monk... Oh my goodness, that's ridiculous. I know that they significantly changed the way that grapples and throwing worked to make, well, shoving work to make shoving people off cliffs really, really strong. Which is funny. But what does interest me is... Also, I think... should be leveling Layla's artifacts. Oh, is in not damage, but to hit. So it's not really just more damage per hit, but just really, really accurate hit. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that would easily make Monk an absolute DPS machine. That's crazy. We're 20, and that's a bit more base HP. She is one of the... Oh, not rate up, but special guests in Current Imaginary Theater, if I recall correctly. His jump is just ridiculous. Okay. Forget Genshin. Kinich should be playing. Kinich should be in the NBA. I feel like a lot of teams could use him. This level of hops. Though, to be fair, I don't imagine they would let him use his grappling hook on the court. Yeah. But I will say, given how absolutely anemic Monk tends to be in 5.E, and frankly most D&D, I'm glad that they made it good in that case. Because I just remember, I've had friends play Monk. I think one of my friends played 4 Elements Monk. And 4 Elements in the base game is just really, really bad. Because it's trying to be a sort of pseudo-spellcaster, but it's just not good at it. It doesn't do its intended job. Because the key point cost is prohibitive for... It's been a while since I actually looked at the way the subclass worked, but if I recall correctly, and maybe you could correct me on this, it had a really disproportionate key cost. Because generally, the key cost for pseudo-spellcasting that other monks, for example, Shadow Monk gets a number of pseudo-spellcasting abilities, but the difference with Shadow Monk is that when you cast a spell, it costs an amount of key for... Well, is 4 Elements in BG3? Because I was under the impression that... Well, it depends on the subclasses. I remember that Drunken Master was a pretty cool one. I've definitely said this before, but for better or worse, I'm basically allergic to running standard fantasy settings. And one time I ran a sort of Cold War espionage sort of campaign, and that was as much inspired as Metal Gear as someone who had never played Metal Gear could make it. And one of the players was a monk, mechanically, but one thing I did is that I said, okay, you can use revolver shots. You can shoot your gun in the place of an unarmed strike, which was already kind of a dumb and stupid idea balance-wise, and deliberately so. Okay. Because the big thing with 4 Elements is that base, for Shadow example, when it casts Invisibility or something like that, the key cost for casting one of those spells is equal to the level of that spell. But for 4 Elements, if I recall correctly, at least in base 5e, they easily could have eroded it, and they should have. In BG3, it costs spell level plus 1, which just makes it really costly to use for spells that even aren't even all that good. Because it's just... You get to use one more key point than normal to cast Burning Hands, which is not even a good spell. You get crazy cost to cast a bad spell. The one interesting thing about 4 Elements is that, if I recall correctly, it had exactly one unique ability that did not already exist as a spell. It had Water Whips, which was very plainly because it's meant to be an Avatar the Last Airbender kind of thing. But it was still pretty cool. I honestly just find it more... Yeah. And to be fair, the fact that BG3, I would imagine, is much better about actually giving short rests. Because one thing you may or may not know about D&D is that very rarely do DMs actually do short rests. That... Oh my goodness. That was nasty. Oh, come on. that usually you get one long rest at the end of the session, because it's kind of tough to really plot things out to... When I ran my Fate campaign, the way I did it was you got one long rest and one short rest per sort of campaign day, quote-unquote. But the campaign never went on long enough for that really to matter. But I did specifically think, okay, I need to make sure that short rest and long rest actually make a difference, because that's how a lot of balance works. Or at least how it's intended to work. However, again, DMs don't usually actually have short rests. It's just, okay, the session ends, everyone gets a long rest, and then the next session starts after that. But since the Fate campaign was at least nominally PvP, I had to think, okay, since a lot of classes and the players are not all picking the same class, or balanced around getting resources back a bit faster by way of a short rest, being short rest reliant instead of long rest reliant, I had better make sure we actually get short rest. But even still, it's meant to be more the way 5e was designed, even though, quite frankly, the fact that it didn't work out that way in practice probably betrays maybe a lack of playtesting, frankly. That it was meant to be more, like in BG3, 2 or 3 short rests per long rest. Well, that is just the difference between freeform tabletop roleplay that's at least a little improvised versus a game where everything has to be programmed ahead of time. It's just... the only way you can maybe approximate that would be some kind of AI or procedural generation, and the joke writes itself there. There's no human soul. Yeah, exactly. I remember some years ago, back before ChatGPT and the like got big, there was some sort of proc-gen AI, quote-unquote AI dungeon kind of thing that some people talked about. But it runs into the same issue, which is just there's no human creativity or soul behind it. Because good tabletop role-playing is... it's a conversation between the players and the DM. If you have some kind of AI generation, then at best it's it's really a conversation between you and yourself. Or maybe you and training data. But the pushback from another human being is something you can only get with a real, actual tabletop roleplay. Again, if it could be worked out and scheduled right, and I need to find people who I could match up schedules with a bit, in some way, shape, or form, D&D stream could be a lot of fun. But it would require a good deal of prep work. Yeah, exactly. That does make me think of how in Fallout New Vegas, which, again, another game I need to play, there's some dialogue options that only open up if your intelligence is below a certain level. Because, very specifically, there's some point in the game where you have to guess a password, and you can... oh my goodness. That might not go over well. I hope your DM likes PvP. But where you have to find a password, and you can find it normally. If you're smart enough, you can try to deduce it. But also, if you're really, really stupid, if your intelligence is below a certain level, you can just immediately yell ice cream, which was the password, and guess the password through literal dumb luck. You're lucky because you're dumb. Which is very, very funny as a design concept. Okay. I think I'll go up here, probably fight Cihuacoatl. Leave the rest of the Yellow Mountain for after. Work through this spot. Fair. What I will say... there's a D&D blog known as the Angry DM. Has a number of really good articles. Well, blog posts. Number of good essays. The one I like the best is... has your DM had a discussion about metagaming? Or are you already familiar with the concept of metagaming? But essentially, yeah. But Angry GM has a really good article. I think it was called, rather provocatively, something like In Defense of Metagaming. But effectively, the big thesis revolved around describing a theoretical encounter with... Hey, Volcano... Well, Volcano was erupting. It's done now. We missed it. A theoretical encounter with a troll. And the thing about trolls in D&D is that they regenerate, but you can stop them from regenerating by cauterizing them with fire. Cauterizing their wounds. And effectively, what the Angry GM said was more or less, sure, maybe you could make an argument that if the players immediately go and use fire, then maybe that's metagaming, and the DM might want to stop that. But if the players already know that the trolls are weak to fire, there's no way for them to not metagame. They just end up having to do a dumber kind of metagame in a much dumber way. In the sense that they have to figure out, okay, how long do I have to wait? How many turns do I have to wait before I'm quote-unquote allowed to use fire? How many times do I... Well, then it'd probably just grow back in your stomach and burst you open, like aliens. But, like a xenomorph. But it becomes a much dumber metagame of thinking, okay, how many turns do I have to wait? How many times do I have to try to kill the troll without fire and fail before I'm quote-unquote allowed to use fire on the troll? And if the encounter is designed to the point where just knowing trolls are weak to fire would trivialize it, that means the DM designed a bad encounter. If the encounter is entirely based around withholding information, then it's a bad encounter, because what if they have that information? They have to metagame in a much dumber and less interesting way for both the players and the DM. What you do is you make an encounter based around that weakness. Specifically what Angry GM said was, maybe you make it so that there are explosive barrels around. Like it's maybe Genshin or something. Though he didn't say that. He doesn't play this game. And they have to use the explosive barrels, or I don't know, kerosene, petroleum, some way to light the trolls on fire, and that turns it into an environmental puzzle or some more interesting question. Yeah, exactly. Some kind of interesting, gimmicky puzzle encounter instead of just, okay, kill the troll 3 times and watch it regenerate, and then you can use fire on it without me yelling at you. Scaredy cat alpaca? This is where we rescue the alpacas. Guactana. Now their goals I must reach. I have urgent desires. I'm a happy shepherd. I care only for alpacas, season things that grow, cool breeze and rains. But half-baked, the stupid one. That life I enjoy now is all thanks to sense of responsibility. Speaking of his name, I did plan to call him something more normal. Back then, I was friends from a chef at Sumeru and was trying all kinds of creative dishes. Is that one of the guys from Gourmet Supremos? I don't think so. That would be funny, so I thought of naming him for some kind of food. In that Cold War campaign, I actually ran the very first sort of intro/session 0 for a few people at a speech and debate meet when it was running long and I was getting bored. And I just tossed it all together right there. And the funny thing about it is that basically what happened was, since it was sort of Cold War alternate history with magic in the world, it was basically America did the Bay of Pigs invasion in Cuba, but they did a lot better because they sent soldiers in who had magic powers. But then it failed anyway because Fidel Castro came in on a red dragon and just torched them all. But of course, what was going to end up getting revealed is that the dragon was actually an illusion, and that there was magic but no mythological creatures, at least initially, and then the plot of it would have been about basically trying to stop the world from ending as... I think it was going to be sort of a Metal Gear type machine made by the Soviets against sort of a... I think it was going to be a uranium dragon, because a lot of dragons are named after metals, and, uranium's a metal. What if you had a uranium dragon or a plutonium dragon? And the idea was eventually, though, the campaign died for scheduling conflicts because I was a high school senior. Long before that could happen, but it was going to be basically, okay, stop the world from ending. Aiming for some kind of food. Now he might look pretty fierce, but he's a sweetie on the inside and occasionally makes a few harmless mistakes. When it gets too reckless, yeah, how big fits, but I'm just fine. Well, the idea was going to be, in part, probably at least someone having to die in the course of stopping it, or maybe, given that they were going to have access to a weapon of mass destruction, a world-ending weapon, in the process of shutting it down, that maybe some lunatic on the party might just blow up the whole world instead for one or other reasons. And that could have led to another campaign idea, but it didn't happen. Bad alpacas, because the campaign died. Foofy and Furry, they're super cute. Sometimes when I really want to take an afternoon nap, I use them for pillows, and it feels like that must be what it feels like to sleep on a cloud, right? And maybe the fleece could be used to make pillows or cushions. Yeah. Multiple of my campaigns have fallen apart due to external social conflict, as in friend groups breaking up. Love you to it then. Here's wishing you a peaceful and pleasant day. I ran a campaign for my sister some time ago, back when I was in high school, and she was in middle school, I think. It was a lot of fun, but... Basically, the setting of that campaign I ran for my sister and her friends was basically... Imagine if the game board for the game Candyland, the board game Candyland, was a sort of Dark Souls-ish dark fantasy setting. And, well, it was also very Hollow Knight inspired, because Hollow Knight is also kind of Dark Souls inspired. Oh, nice. Have baked. And was he some kind of Beastmaster Ranger, or... Baked. Right. We can talk to you if we possess a Saurian. Do I? Yep, right here. But the funny thing about that Candyland setting is that the whole thing with Hollow Knight, and something I took from it, was the idea of the spreading infection. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, all 4 are here. And when we did that quest, if we use the Saurian to talk to him, he would mention that we found the initial 3, but he would mention the presence of a missing 4th on the side of the mountain. That's what would tip us off if we didn't know to look. Well, if we didn't know to look, but also knew that you could talk to Saurians by being a Saurian. But as I was saying, in Hollow Knight, there was the idea of this sort of infection, which was also tied to light. Oh, that's fun. Dopey alpaca. But in Candyland, since everything was made of candy... The infection, and what was really funny is that one of my sister's friends guessed it as a joke. Sort of, what are the sort of spreading infection? Because it was this sort of weird stringy redness. And what it was flesh. It was basically real natural material, including sort of physical human-ish or animal flesh, sort of going into the world and taking it over. Which... honestly, could have been really gross eventually if I described it more, though, to be fair. In Hollow Knight, the infection is really, really nauseating at times. Dopey alpaca. But I had to sort of say, I don't think that's it, even though I'd already guessed it. But the idea was more or less, my sister played, they were all playing, actually, and this is what I liked. A number of them were playing sort of D&D adapted versions of the little characters who show up on the candy cane board, because my sister played, she was the princess, and of course, you know, bias, family, I suppose, though to be fair, if you're gonna make someone important, you want it to be the people you know will show up, I guess. Though to be fair, too much bias is always a bad thing, but she was the princess, which meant that her dad was King Candy, and the idea was basically sort of Hollow Knight-ish, that King Candy had sealed the sort of fleshy infection into himself and locked himself in the castle in the same way that they have the seal in the Temple of the Black Egg in Hollow Knight, if you're familiar. And the idea was at the end going to be to sort of kill/purify King Candy in his final boss form. I also had the idea that basically they would end up killing him and then get somehow after that one opportunity to rewind time. And then be able to get this sort of golden ending by rewinding time to save him somehow instead of killing him by way of having additional knowledge. But of course, it never panned out because the campaign died due to Right, it died due to social group issues because some of my little sister's friends started hating some of my little sister's other friends, and for obvious reasons, they weren't exactly all that keen to play D&D together at that point. Yeah. And then the campaign I ran based on Fate died because some people had excluded other people from a group chat, and it got revealed. And it actually ended up in one of my friends and his girlfriend breaking up. Which, yeah, it was rather crazy for something that began with a D&D campaign. Well, didn't begin with a D&D campaign, but was somewhat connected. It may have been the most socially impactful D&D campaign I've experienced. Okay. And we got a chest out of that. Yeah, it would be fun. But like I said, it's a matter of figuring out the schedule and seeing who'd be interested, what the setting would be like. Because I'd probably want to run it as some sort of urban fantasy setting, or at least something a bit non-standard. Either way, it's not starting in a random tavern. Among other things, ideally what I'd like would be to figure out backstories with players all together, so that they could have existing connections to each other in some way, so it would make sense why they were traveling together. Because you were mentioning that birdcage, and that's when I brought up the Angry DM, but one other article Angry DM did is that, actually, it was in the metagaming article, and it was about sort of players working to sabotage others, working at cross purposes. Basically, if, say, a rogue player is stealing from the party, maybe trying to assassinate other party members, and the DM says, well, you can't just go out and kill them because they managed to do enough stealth checks that you didn't find out, then the DM has fundamentally messed up in the first place, because the players need a reason to work with each other and not just kill each other. If you've got players of... they need a reason to work together. If it doesn't make sense for them to be working together, it's just, why are they a party in the first place? If they have existing connections, some sort of existing bond, then a lot of things are easier to justify. Even if, arguably... And sometimes I have players who... Well, one of my friends, he played a character who was this elderly disabled wizard who was basically bones and skin, and would die from a stiff breeze. Yeah, exactly. Well, it depends on the campaign, but it's just... If one player is actively working to have fun by making sure other people don't have fun, that campaign does not have long for this world. But as I was saying... If you're going into dungeons, and everyone is going into the dungeon, there needs to be a reason that everyone is going into the dungeon. If someone is plainly dead weight, quite frankly, there needs to be some explanation, justification for why they're being brought along, and having party members have existing connections, bonds, ties to each other, is one way for that to make more sense. It also just makes for more interesting roleplay opportunities, frankly. When I ran the Fate campaign, and this was partially because the Fate campaign, similarly to that Cold War one, initially started as a sort of jokey one-shot, where the players were all... The players had, because it was Fate, they had a servant, but the master character was just sort of a self-insert. So it was just them with one of their servants. If I recall correctly, there was Winston Churchill, Naruto, Cloud Strife, the lead singer of Smash Mouth, Frederick from Fire Emblem Awakening, and those were the only ones who showed up. That... Have you heard of the Blood Hunter? Do you know Matt Mercer? Well, do you know what Critical Role is? Basically, someone made... I think that's what Blood Hunter does, if I recall correctly. Yeah, he made a custom class that kind of does that. Or, well, can kind of cast a lot of spells using HP. If you look it up, look up D&D Atavist. Because there's also another there was another idea I saw some years ago about it. It was pretty cool too. It was a kind of pseudo spellcaster class that cast spells using their using their own HP. D&D homebrew done well is really, really cool. Let's keep moving around. If we just strafe, you can't do much to me. That's nice. And, oh, what do you know? She fell. Very, very nice. Oh, that didn't quite do it. Oops. She just went on to the next one. Okay. Let's go over and get you a few more particles. Come on, come on. Thanks. And this is more than a little tough. And you're right here now, good. Let's try to not die. Thank you, and thanks. Luckily you can't vaporize and just one-tap me. Oh, it's not like this is easy. I really do enjoy Chasca's gameplay. Are you gonna come back out? Probably. Oh my goodness. The fact that he isn't getting much in the way of healing is not great. Okay, cool. Now we got this back. It's battery Bennett. Hello, hello. And if we're right under, you can't hit me all that well. Good stuff. And oh well, that did not go great. And that virgin, but you didn't get your energy back from that. But now you're falling. I think you might have even taken a bit of fall damage. Fun. Cool. Here we go. Nice. Interesting. Yeah, let's battery some of you a bit more. Thanks. Are you going to come back there? Yeah, pretty good. Okay, this should be a good way to do it. Thanks. Oh, but since they mostly hit the ground, that worked fine for me too. Nice thing is, we can just shoot you from here. Thanks. Good stuff. And it broke it, but you just moved to the next sigil. That's annoying. And normally, I do this with a Winnie team. But it's interesting to try it this way too. Well, the last time I did this, I did it with a Winnie team. I think I tried Winnie and Shulanen together, which worked pretty well. Yeah. What would be funny, though it would be pretty cheesy too, would be if Kinich could grapple to those and just immediately break them. I actually thought to try that first time around and it just did not work. It would be cool though. Thank you, Chasca. Oh. Well, the one thing about Warlock, which a lot of people misinterpret, because it's honestly kind of counterintuitive, is that the way Warlock is quote-unquote supposed to work, in terms of its basic fluff, flavor, lore, whatever you call it, is you've already made the pact and more or less completed it at the start of the campaign. Once you're a level 1 Warlock, you've made the pact is for power, you've already given your patron what they want, and the idea of a continual relationship with the patron that needs some kind of continued maintenance is actually not how they are sort of fluffed out at base, which is kind of weird and annoying, because in a way that does kind of distinguish it from clerics in the sense that clerics are at least ostensibly meant to be continually doing things with and for their god, whereas if you're a warlock, well, you make your pact. But they're already different enough in the sense that the kind of entities with which warlock pacts are made are already categorically rather different than deities for which you would be a cleric or paladin, and that itself would different would color the relationship. Of course, there's nothing that prevents you from playing or running as a DM a warlock who has a continued relationship with the patron, but it's not actually how it was intended, weirdly enough. What is really interesting, actually, is The Warlock started in, I believe it was either 3.5 or 4.0, but it was relatively recent. It was not one of the original D&D classes, but if I recall correctly, originally it used its powers, including its version of the older version of Eldritch Blast, using Constitution. It was a Constitution-based class. Now, I think they might have... It's been a while since I looked over the over a decade old original playtest documents for D&D 5e, but I think they originally wanted Warlock to be... Oh. Constitution before people thought it was weird. And that's how we got the idea of Warlocks basically being sweet talkers because of charisma. But it is interesting that how many things charisma kind of represents. Because if anything, arguably, Constitution could make a lot of sense for sorcerers. And frankly, it'd be an interesting idea because, well, sorcerers are generally just worse versions of wizards. Sorcerers were introduced in 3.5 to specifically be worse versions of wizards. It was literally created kind of out of spite by a designer who really liked the idea of wizards because, well, the idea of being powerful because you're a nerd appeals to nerds. I say this as a nerd. But that a lot of people had been asking for sort of, okay, what about wizard but all the power is natural? And he made sorcerer as a deliberately bad version of wizard to sort of spite the people who asked for it. That said, the one thing wizard did have going is that in earlier versions of D&D, D&D's magic system is often known as, you might have heard this term before, known as a Vivancian magic system. It's because it's based largely on a series of books or series of short stories. Oh, that's funny. But that would be funny. But to be fair, what is interesting about the Warlock is just the fact that it's short rest based instead of long rest based. And the fact that Eldritch Blast is hilariously strong. There is only one time where I've ever multiclassed in D&D. And that was, have you ever heard of a Sorlock? Well, among other things, basically, talking about Vance, it was based on stories known as Dying Earth. And one of the ideas in Dying Earth was magic was something you would memorize. You would memorize each spell, and then when you cast it, you would forget it. And that was the inspiration for the original version of the spell slot system, where for every spell slot, you had to equip a specific spell. Because as of right now, spell slots are more like spell tickets. You pay for a spell using an equivalent ticket or coupon, but originally each spell slot was tied to a specific spell. And sorcerers did not have that restriction, but to compensate, they sucked. But the really interesting thing with 5e sorcerers is that in the original playtest, and it was changed, because again it weirded people out because people don't know what's good and what's bad, is it was originally... I don't think it was Constitution based, but it had something really interesting going on where it was meant to be a sort of hybrid melee fighter and spellcaster class, where the more spell slots you consumed, and therefore the fewer spellcasts you have remaining, you would gradually turn into whatever your sorceress lineage was, and be able to use that for standard combat. And the playtest only had the Draconic Sorcerer, and only up to level 7 or so, I think. But what we saw was really interesting conceptually. It was sort of, you cast your spells, you lost your spell slots, and you started getting scaly skin that worked as armor. You grew claws that you could slash with. and gradually turned from a spellcaster into some kind of Dragon Man fighter. And it was really, really interesting and really went far into the sorceress lineage idea. But it was, for a lot of people, it was just too different. It was too unique. Which, maybe from a pure sales perspective, it was a good idea. But I feel like it could have been a cool idea to bring it back, in some sense, as maybe supplemental. Which one, Mualani or Kinich? Kinich's set is very, very strong. Is in... Oh, the custom piece I made for Chasca? Right, yeah. Yeah, because it's part of what makes her pretty strong. But what is funny is that, yeah, she slightly overcaps on crit with Codex up. Oh, I'll show you. It mostly went into crit damage and attack, which is pretty nice for her. This is a really good piece, too. I will say, though, well, the thing about that is, Chasca's Ascension is crit rate, and I have her on Sign of the Blazing Sun, which gives more crit rate. So at base, it's 60.3. So when she goes in Night Soul, she actually overcaps. Which isn't actually all that horrible, because it does mean guaranteed crits. Which does mean a lot for a character with a number of hits. Yeah, and one thing that some games do that Genshin does not do is allow you to quote-unquote over-crit, which is basically, if your crit rate is over 100%, you have the chance of a sort of second critical on top that applies the critical damage multiplier again, which, again, this game does not have. It would probably be really bad for game balance if it did, but it's interesting to think about conceptually. Okay, get over here. Thank you. And let's just get all of you. Go for you. And I think... didn't get all of them, but we got most of them. And there we are. Just a standard, exquisite. But what I find interesting about Chasca is that even though she's a rainbow DPS, in a way that's also an evolution of Wanderer's concept. Because part of the reason that Wanderer is really nice for exploration is that as a character who just deals pure animo damage, does not rely on reactions at all, he just has to have high multipliers to deal any kind of damage. Because his buffs are basically, okay, Bennett, Farazan, and maybe Farina if you want to be silly. But in order to really deal damage, since he doesn't have access to any kind of amplifying reaction, he just has base multipliers that are pretty darn good. Which is part of why he's really nice to use in Overworld, because he just... you send him out. Well, normally Drip Marketing comes out the Monday of the week the new patch comes out. But they didn't put it out this time, probably in part because, frankly, the Malvika motorcycle itself is a massive, massive spoiler. But even so, they could have just done a bait and switch and had different art. Especially since characters, and they haven't done it for a while, used to have entirely different in-game splash art from their profile art. They don't do that anymore. The last character who got that was actually Hutao. But because Hutao's drip art was her doing this silly little hat tip, because apparently she's the game's first neckbeard character. But, and of course her in-game splash when you roll her is her sending out her ghost. We don't know if they'll do any leaks at all. There's a good chance that the first bit of new quote-unquote information we get on Malvika officially is just the stream for 5.3. because they can't exactly hide it at that point. But they are being very hush-hush this time. And a lot of people thought, okay, the reason that we haven't gotten the drip yet is because they're announcing the Game Awards candidates, and they don't want to get overshadowed, and then that came and passed, and we still haven't gotten drip. Maybe, yeah. It is funny to think. Okay. So I guess we just light that on fire too. Maybe. Hello there. Hello. Oh goodness. And you move away from me and come back. As one does, I suppose. Thank you, thank you. The big interesting thing about the Mavuka kit, though, is that there is a good chance that it gets changed. Not really in terms of animations, but in terms of some mechanics. Because Furina's stack mechanic changed pretty meaningfully between release and... oh, between first beta and release. Archons tend to get a decent amount of changes. Main thing is, a lot of people want her to have her on-field DPS nerfed and have her off-field buffed. Because as of right now, she is still very, very convenient in the sense that you could try running Xiangling with Bennett for Pyro App, Bennett to Battery Xiangling, or you can just condense those roles into a single slot and have Mavuka. Well, Mavuka doesn't buff, really. At least not as much as Bennett, but if you just need the Pyro application, you just send in Mavuka, pop her E down, and you get pretty good AoE application without having to build a 300% energy recharge Xiangling, and then even then, sometimes miss your burst depending on how things work out. Right, not like that. Yeah. But, as I was saying... the main objection people have is that Mavuka is a crazy strong DPS as of right now. But what that means is that Arlecchino got power crept less than a year after her release. And where is that going? Wheatslawn Campground Distribution Hub. Okay, it's just up top there. And especially since Arla has no team buffing capabilities, and Mavuka at least has some. And also, Mavuka can get healed and Arlecchino can't. So, Mavuka, you know, and she's an Archon and all, though to be fair, Arlecchino is a Harbinger who is also generally strong. For Bennett, it's, I guess, energy recharge, base HP, and HP percent, because giving him more attack is not going to... attack percent is not going to increase his heal. I mean, his damage buff. But boosting his HP and HP percent will increase his healing, which is nice. Well, flat attack is not the same as base attack. It's based on his base attack, literally just his base attack stat, so get him to 90, and then whatever his weapon adds. Not including, say, attack percent substat on the weapon, just the number of the weapon and his base number before any multipliers, and that's the size of his buff. Well, the size of attack for the buff. Well, it doesn't hurt, but Bennett's damage, unless you're running a silly DPS Bennett build and having him stand in his own burst, which is an interesting idea, I suppose, won't be doing much for him. That said, if you have to run him Fav, which, to be fair, is really only for really silly teams where you're having Xiangling just apply the Pyro. Crit rate can be good for making sure Fav procs if you're running him with Fav, but again, the joke writes itself. Okay. But, of course, the big one is energy recharge. You just want to make absolutely sure that he is getting that burst back, because he is a burst bot. What is over here, if anything? We've already dealt with Have we dealt with these guys? I don't think we've dealt with these guys. Yeah, we haven't. This is where I stop. This is where Tecumseh turns into Coatepec and also turns into Basin. Yeah. The one thing is, I would be happy. It's an evil, evil domain, but yeah. Oh, actually... Oh, I have a funny idea. I have a funny idea for that. I'll run Chasca. Because she would break those shields. Okay. Okay. You've got... It's Pyro, Hydro, and Cryo. This... Hydro, Pyro... Do you have a Hydro or Cryo character you could use instead of Raiden? Because the main thing is having the right... Yeah. In that case, I'll get the Cryo. I think, actually, in addition to Chasca, I will put in Diona. Yeah. That'll be good. Yeah, that's probably my best option there. And here's Chasca. And this should do the job pretty darn well. She is... This is just about getting the right elements in the team for Chasca. I don't mind at all. Okay. Oh, but wait. I think this is the right kind, right? Wait. This might be a slightly different... Oh, no, this is the Ruin Guard. You're doing the other version. We could go for max. We could definitely go for maximum. Because... the harder version with the Abyss Mages, we could go for the harder version with the Abyss Mages. The reason I have these elements on the team is so that Chasca can break their shields. But you want to do this version, that's fun too. Especially, I just didn't expect that Ruin Guard. I could definitely shoot its eye now. Let's make this happen. Oh my goodness, that's right. We got the Raiden PFP and the Scar PFP. It's actually heinous. Okay. Thanks. Goodness. Okay. Thanks. And here we are. Do it like this. Cool. Stay right there. Stay right there. She's not even fully leveled. And there we have it. Not entirely. Oh, that's right. If I use Burst, I could get an EM buff. That's right. Cool. Nice, nice. Honestly, you probably could put Raiden back in. Now, given that we're not fighting the Abyss Mages. Because do you have access to the level... to the 4 version of this domain? The hardest difficulty? Because like I said, the reason I requested a team like this is so Chasca could break those shields. Well... Wait. You do have access to... Oh! I forgot! They nerfed this one. Yeah, they changed a lot of domains. They nerfed this. Forgot about that. Oh, oops. Well, you know, I think Kinich should actually do this fine. But thanks. Yeah, this ain't bad. This ain't bad at all. Thank you. And shoot. Well, I think we missed. Yeah. Not bad, though. Yeah, because they used to have... Yeah, I should put Chasca back in, actually. Bring me back and I'll put Chasca back on. Come on. Yeah, because they nerfed a lot of domains a couple patches ago. I think it was actually for not one patch. Okay. For Hydro. Could try Furina, maybe. Honestly, sure. Maybe I'll actually have her on there for healing. Healing mode Furina. Alright. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, and right, having Raiden's Eye is also boosting burst damage by a good deal, too. Thank you. Pretty strong one. This will be alright. And there we are. Again, though... Level 90 would help her reactions. But... Chasca's gameplay is rather simple, but again, not necessarily in a bad way. The fact that she does. Thank you. And there we go. Stop you. Have the ability to move very, very freely while getting everything ready is very nice. Okay. And there it is. I do also appreciate how much energy the Ruin Guard does give. It's honestly kind of understated, but one of the ways in which they made the game a bit tougher was just fewer particle drops from enemies. Because Eremites were tough, and they only drop basic particles, and only a couple. Whereas you go with... Oh. Whereas just a basic Mitochurl, not even a particularly strong enemy, is dropping just full orbs, and multiple of them. It is legitimately pretty crazy. At least Furina's having fun. Just thinking, how much more is in... Okay. Well, I'm glad I was able to help out then. Thank you. Ahead, and... Nice. Here for another. There we go. Totally keep you in place. And just keep shooting. And last one. Spawn. Very much a cool looking burst. Okay. Well, I hope you got some good artifacts. I will take my leave. Happy to be of assistance. That's good. Good amount of energy recharge. But as I was saying, the fact that Chasca is kind of an arguably stronger Nuviet in terms of how she attacks, the sense that she can move around with pretty much complete freedom, is arguably kind of cheesy. But it really is just rather liberating to actually play. Fair. It's the best way to do things at times. Where did the other one go? This is strange. Okay. I thought there was another one. Did it disappear? Seems there's some kind of spawn range. These alpacas, first time we took all their fruit, they ran away. They gave it chests. Well, not this time. That's okay. So flying scroll over there. Alright. Let's get you all in here. Thank you. 1, 2, 3. Let the big guy and kids are down. There we go. Oh. Yeah, I am gonna be strong boxing Viridescent this patch, probably. Because Lanyan's gonna need Viridescent. And presumably I'll get her rolling for the new characters next patch, but even if I didn't, I would be getting her from Lantern Right's 4-star selector. And, as I was saying, it is funny that just after 4 years of this game existing, they still haven't power crept Viridescent Venerer. Which, again, is honestly probably good for the long-term health of the game. But it's honestly rather unexpected. Though, to be fair, it's not like there would really be a way to make something better than Viridescent Venerer without kind of ruining the game. And the main thing that they did do was add Desert Pavilion for the idea of mono-animo DPS not reliant on reactions, but even still, that's only going to work for, say, Wanderer and rarely Hazo and Zhao, and even a DPS-oriented Hazo is still going to want VV because he gets a lot out of swirls and has elemental absorption on his kit, whereas Wanderer is just, it's mono-animo damage and nothing else at all. But and then Zhao, of course, wants Vermilion, or if you want to be funny, Marchasse. But one way or another, it's... if they're animo and they're not an on-field DPS, they want Viridescent, and maybe even if they are, they still might. This is the guy we rescued. Jade, you're not playing with me. There's another one, a Kaholosaur, and... Kaholosaur's gone, I think. And can I talk to the Tapetlasaur? Doesn't seem like it. Okay. So when we did this quest, there was a Kaholosaur around, but it seems like it's gone off. Kaio, yeah. Sure, Marigold. Come on, let's get you so down. Something bad happened. Don't worry if nothing else. You got me. Can't solve your problems. I'll be right by your side no matter what. Okay. I'll check real quick. Artifacts? I would probably go for the second. Because Bennett's healing is good, even if you're not specifically building him for HP anyway. That's tied for the most energy recharge value. And it's got crit rate in case you have to use Favonius on him. Which you might have to eventually. Yeah, second one. That's what I'd go with. Personally speaking. What did I mark over here? Simply some kinda... Oh, this was one of those letters. Yeah, that one for sure. Damage letter. Letter with a damaged exterior. Can vaguely make these words out in the envelope from Anka. Bianca? Okay. So we can... This is one of the spots where I often do... Oh. Saurian map farming, actually. Especially since being close to water means it's relatively easy to just blast them with a vaporize. Come on, go ahead, get in the middle so we can get you both. There we go. It would be, but all you really need to make Bennett capable is energy recharge. It's really just a matter of stack as much energy recharge as possible. And if you get something nice along the way, it's just a bonus. But he's not a DPS. His stats don't matter as much as long as he can get his burst back reliably, because that's what you're using him for. Again, unless you're being silly and trying to run DPS Bennett, which, yes, possible, yes, good idea, probably not. Alright. Anything back here, or... Probably not. And I didn't even get the funny little jump he sometimes gets. Oh well. So yeah, get this letter so I can unmark this now. Or around the area where it turns into the town. So that would mean going about on top of the mountains. Oh, right, I should go into the Saurian research facility, give another once over. Well, I've still got the opportunity and the thought to do it. Chest nearby. Nice. So do you have a lot of trash artifacts you're sending at it, or artifact juices? Wait. Okay. For a second we saw the inside of that tree. Well, okay. Additionally, I think there was one measly... Oh, nice. Not bad. Got some crit, you got a bit more ER. EM's not horrible. Well, it should still be suitable for your purposes, I'd say. The main thing really is just making sure you get enough energy recharge to burst off cooldown. And everything after that is really a bonus. At most. I think there might have been a flying squirrel on one of these trees? Yeah, there's one right over there. Gonna do anything? You do not seem to actually be... Oh, this is the one that you summon using the Canopy berry down here. Right, okay. That wasn't anything to worry about then. Gotta see what's on top of this mountain. Also, there is that one chest over there. Should probably go get it. So it stops throwing off my radar. Cool. Oh, but we didn't actually get the Night Soul transmission. Thought that would have worked as we were moving, but I guess not. Hello there. Hello. And that... How much does my Bennett have? Let me check. 282, which is kind of crazy. Right, he's got Skyward. The main thing is... With Sapwood, he'd be at... Sapwood, he would be at around 250. I'd say 250 is a good benchmark for getting burst back off cooldown reliably. Well, the main question is, are you intending to run him as Solo Pyro or in teams with other Pyro characters? Fair. Okay, so in that case, he doesn't even really need all that much himself then, because Raiden is going to be giving the team back a lot of energy. But say if you were using him as a battery for Zhongling, or just some other situation where he wasn't catching most of his own particles, or not getting pyro particles from another source on the team, you would probably want a bit more, but that's more of a long-term goal than an issue for right now, because if it's just for Raiden, you should still be fine. You're not going to be running into energy issues when you've got Raiden on the team to just give the team energy, presumably. 87 on Coatepec now. So yeah, next time around would be Toyac then. Well, next time is going to be the Mirror event, and then probably Abyss and Theater. And then next week I should be able to get Toyac and the Stadium all done. And then I can actually do things in the new areas. And the new Archon quests. Oh, right, because he's not fully ascended. That will make a difference, too. I keep forgetting that they used to have 4 stars with ascension stats other than attack. As it really does seem like... Well, Kachina has defense. No, Kachina has geo damage, I'm pretty sure, which is silly. It's honestly pretty impressive how strong Hytham is and remains, despite having a Dendro damage % ascension stat, instead of some kind of crit stat. Because pretty much every DPS-oriented 5-star character since has almost invariably had some kind of crit ascension stat. And to be fair, it also ties into the general sort of design shift where they decided, okay, every sort of regional artifact set, starting with Marchase and moving on to Obsidian, is going to give a lot of crit rate for characters who can make use of the region's gimmick. In part to, I would say, a large part of that was to devalue Battle Pass weapons. Because the Battle Pass weapons are unique among 4-star weapons and having crit rate substats. Widsith is free to play. It's got crit damage. Blackcliff also has crit damage. But the only crit rate you're getting is from Battle Pass weapons. You could choose any of those characters to replace, honestly. Because Bennett is providing healing, which subs out for Jean's healing. And technically also deals defense and more damage like Mona. Well, I'll show you something really cool. It is a complete gimmick, but there's something really funny that can only be done with Bennett and Jean together. It's called Sunfire. Okay, well, he needs a bit of energy back. But Bennett constantly applies Pyro to you, and Jean constantly applies Animo to cleanse. And what that means is, if you want to be silly with it, you can constantly proc Pyro swirls on yourself. And the only thing it's really good for is... well, it's if you need a lot of low damage Pyro application in a short amount of time, but it requires both Jean and Bennett. And you have to be close, it's only in a short range around your character. You can use it sometimes to make all of Ayato's hits vape. But of course, it's very much a gimmick. But the main thing you would use it for would be breaking Pyro Electro Shield. So actually, I'm going to use that I'm gonna show you what Sunfire does then. Right here with an Electrolector. Well, gotta kill you first. Oh well. We can just let Emily take you down. And then, once this comes out, we will use Sunfire. And its shield will utterly melt. Okay, let's just put this away to get rid of it. And you got your shield now. And now we can check this out. The constant pyro swirls. Constant pyro swirls. Spawning from me. From me. And that is the one funny thing that they can do. Okay. So if doing that interests you, that's what you can run Bennett and Jean together for. But that's about it. Yeah. That would work. But I would probably say use Jean's ult before Bennett's, so that Raiden can have as much time with the Bennett attack buff as possible. But yeah. What I would say is actually it shouldn't be an issue, because if Dia's skill hits, it's going to be proccing another Electro hit from the eye, and giving the Electro Aura back for Jean to swirl, because if you're running Jean with Viridescent, you want to make sure Jean is actually hitting with that Viridescent. Much to think about. It would work. It's not a bad idea at all. But yeah. Additionally, yeah, in case you didn't already think about it, I will be posting a schedule for the coming week to the Discord and, of course, you know, link below, but you're there already. As well as the normal socials sometime after stream today. But do you have it? Oh, but you said you were doing stuff for Thanksgiving. I was going to say, did you want to... I was going to ask you about the Lego Fortnite, but right, you're going to be cooking. Apologies. But that said, I really want to do... Yeah. I really want to do some sort of roleplay aspect, and ideally some kind of action RPG type game. Lego Fortnite could work for that. But the ideal is, and I think I've mentioned this before, some kind of modded Minecraft. Ideally, a server for the server with some level of roleplay in it. Definitely talked about this before, but there's a very interesting plugin only for older versions of Minecraft known as Prison Pearl, which lets you basically Elder Scrolls Soul Gem someone when you kill them, which allows you... It's not permadeath, but it does mean that death has consequences in a multiplayer sense. And of course it requires a decently healthy server culture so it doesn't become absurdly abused, but basically the ability to jail offending players for their offenses without admin reliance, or, you know, to be able to meaningfully have consequences on death other than just lose your stuff and maybe immediately replace it. I think it could maybe be interesting with keep inventory on or something where it's, you don't lose your stuff on death, but you have to break out or get broken out, or the way Prison Pro worked was to actively keep a player imprisoned, you would need to put their pearl in a chest with food, some kind of designated food item, and if the food ran out as it was gradually consumed, they would be set free. So actually keeping someone perpetually imprisoned was rather materially prohibitive. But what that meant was essentially the only way you were really getting imprisoned forever was if you were some sort of significant person of interest. For better or worse. Okay. So we've done most of the stuff around here, so what's really left are the peaks, the temple, the cave, the lab, and the actual city itself. Okay. I think in that case, I'll go back to the lab. Back to the laboratory. Ugh. Yeah, Minecraft does go on sale decently often, I think. You could definitely pick it up if you... on the cheap if we waited for a sale. Oh, and right, not all... Okay, no, they are back. I thought they hadn't respawned yet. No, they've respawned. Okay. This is where it turns into the yellow part of the mountain. This is where the capybara is. It has been fun using Chasca on a number of local legends. I really do enjoy her gameplay. Okay. And I did not mean to do that. 2, 3, 4, oh, come on. 1, 2, 3. Oh my goodness. Didn't have enough swirls anyway. Oh my goodness. Come on, come on. And oh, please. This is not a good place to be fighting this guy. Can just wait for the cooldown. There we are. Okay. Oh, but right. Didn't get it. We're stuck. Well, not anymore, but that was unpleasant. Okay. Yeah. Well, as in have it active. Raiden's skill has at least 20 seconds of uptime. It's got 25 seconds of uptime. You don't need to cast it again. But if you're asking whether she benefits from her own burst damage buff, yes, she does. So it is good to have it up, but it's... If you're using it at the start for the rotation, it's going to carry through all of her burst. So it's not something you really have to plan out or micromanage. It's just... That's fair. But... as I was saying, she benefits from her own burst buff. Meaning that you do want to have her skill up, but as long as you're using it sometime in the rotation, it's going to be there. I probably somewhere in the ballpark of 5,000, 7,000 more damage, I'd say. Ballpark estimate. How's that buff calculated again? Based on energy costs. Times 90, that's at 27. Bonus you've already got, then it would be... about an eighth. Yeah, it'd be about 5,000 more damage if you had her eye up. And especially since having that eye up is going to give you the Electro to vaporize with Jean. You're going to want that. Thank you. 1, 2, 3. It is nice. Especially finding the Spituli who put their shields up. That Mualani deals a little bit of stagger with her collisions, even without damage. Otherwise, that guy would have brought his shield up rather quickly. Probably. Yeah, Chasca's bow. I was actually, you might not have seen in all the chaos, but I was using her to hit the Eye of the Ruin Guard a couple of times. Stun that guy. Okay. And of course, oh, and this is a fishing spot. This is a Phlogiston fishing spot. It's the first one I've seen. This is exciting. Where am I going to go for this? Well, Chasca doesn't use her bow normals is the thing. So it's not as if... To be frank, very few Nalan characters actually use their normals. Is this a spot, or... Where is the actual fishing spot? And to be fair, she deals her attack damage as charge attack damage. And there was a Mora rock here this entire time. Wow. But... I guess the question is, what do you dislike about bow users specifically? Because the biggest issue with bow users generally is going to be if they're charge shot oriented, you have to... Where do I fish from? Maybe here. That would make sense. That it tends to be really easy to get interrupted during your charge shot, but if... The thing about Chasca is that she moves around really well. She also has almost infinite poise during her stance. Most of the issues with charge shot bow users are kind of gone for her. It's just Ember Gopher, Phlogiston Bait, Ancestral Temple, Eastern Side, Underground. Based on the association surveys and hypotheses, a liquid Phlogiston fishing spot has been confirmed to exist underground at the eastern side of the Ancestral Temple. Even exceptionally experienced anglers whose fighting skills are nothing to scoff at find this area difficult to reach. For this reason, the abundance of fish here has been preserved for many a long year, awaiting champions who have mastered both sword and rod. Well, it's also in a Fatui place. Let's make this happen. I am glad that we have lava fishing now. Thank you. This is a phony phlogiston unicorn fish, because it looks like phlogiston. A peculiar type of fish with a single horn, round and firm. Its belly is as bouncy as a balloon. The horn-shaped crystals that grow on the head have some phlogiston similarities to solid phlogiston, but research indicates that these horns are clear and sparkling when they are newly hatched like polished glass. But after living in a liquid phlogiston environment for an extended period, the accumulation of numerous colored substances causes the current colorful appearance and gives rise to their joking nickname of phony phlogiston. Every few years, the phony phlogiston crystal in the unicorn fish's head will slow off fragments as it grows. These fragments are incredibly precious ingredients for crafting dyes. Graffiti aficionados consider them to capture the color of flame. Interesting. These look like some kind of manta ray, maybe? It is interesting that we don't have a fishing weapon for Nalan, and frankly, it doesn't seem like we will have one. It would be funny, though. Especially since magma rapid-fighting fish. Despite the name it has been given, this creature is not actually a fish, but a medium-sized amphibian. It's a little frog-like, it seems. Has a rather unique appearance with a distinctive flat head that bears a striking resemblance to a fist blade, giving it the look of being constantly ready for fierce battles with its natural enemies. In fact, they are gentle in nature and not aggressive in the slightest. The real purpose of their formidable-looking blades is to reduce water resistance in swimming through rivers, hydrodynamics. Thanks to their special head structure, they can navigate swiftly against the flow of turbulent currents, earning them the name rapid-fighting fish. Subspecies of rapid-fighting fish, living as they do in liquid phlogiston, possess exceptionally tough skins that are particularly resilient to high temperatures, earning them the moniker, the fish that can't be grilled, while they aren't even fish. Of course, most fishing enthusiasts who get their hands on a magma rapid-fighting fish tend to treat them as precious ornamental fish, nurturing them with loving care rather than sending them to the kitchen. Lucky them. But what I will say is that the fact that Furion is the best 4-star weapon, at least one that's currently accessible instead of literally festering desire, which it is hilarious that Furiona's best weapon came out about 3 years before she did, 4-star wise. And of course you could always just roll for a 5-star, but again, the joke writes itself. But the pipe is good. And the fact that she's the Hydra Archon means that holding something water associated is a little less out of place. Well, a bit less out of place than the catch looks on Raiden, which doesn't look horrible, but the fact that it contrasts a bit is meant to, frankly, be part of the encouragement to get Grass Cutter. I will never call it Engulfing Lightning. It will always be Grass Cutter's Light for me. That's what it was during beta. And Engulfing Lightning is meaningless. It's completely meaningless. And it's still Grass Cutter's Light, or... Well, in particular, I suppose actually calling it Kusanagi would be more accurate, but it's a reference to the Kusanagi, one of Japan's mythological swords. Which, at least ostensibly, is a physical object in possession. Well, there's a picture of a replica, quote-unquote, that you can find in Wikipedia. But it is very, very interesting to see sort of old Asian swords before, you know, the idea of the tachi or the katana was created. And they just had sort of standard Bronze Age swords. But they still looked meaningfully different than their European equivalents. They tend to have... Because if you look at the sword that's passed off as the Kusanagi, or at least as a Kusanagi replica, has a very leaf-like shape to it, which has a lot of charm. And... recall... I think... let me just check. Takaru... Yamato Takeru. His sword... see his weapon. Not really showing his weapon. Yeah, Yamato Takeru from Fate, his version of the Kusanagi is a little... it doesn't look anything like it. And one interesting Fate does is that... which is kind of silly, is... the Kusanagi, also known as the Ama no Murakumo, or... something about... I think that's Heavenly Purple Clouds... was its original mythological name, and then Kusanagi was a name given to it in another myth where it was... because Kusanagi literally means grass cutter. That's why Raiden's poem is... the original name is Grass Cutter's Light, because it's, well, just a more translated version of, you know, Kusanagi's light. And essentially that it can control the winds and sharpen them. So it was used in a fight to, I think, put out fire, but I know it was used to... the winds were used to cut grass. It's, I think, to reveal enemy emplacements or something. But I do know that it was able to use wind to cut grass, and that's how it got that name in a myth that is quote-unquote chronologically placed, to the extent that Japanese creation myths have any kind of internal chronology after... oh, that was a ornamental one, but I don't think I saw any of the light you usually see with the ornamental. But of course, we couldn't really see this fishing spot from far away. It's kind of claustrophobic. If you can see it, you have to be close to it. That was cool. I'm glad we found a phlogiston fishing spot. I was wondering when those were going to show up. But one thing that Fate does in regards to the Ama no Murakumo / the Kusanagi is it says that every name for the weapon is actually a different weapon, which, among other things, allows them to harmonize how they've often had sort of different versions of the design when different people design characters who are related. Which is a pretty cool way to handle it, in my opinion. And that did not kill. Okay. Oh, come on. I need to find another barrel. Then... well, actually what I need to do is just let Gia do this. And... thank you. I can handle it like this. And... go ahead, heal your friend. It won't help you. Honestly, it's easy to forget the fact that the anima boxers can unstun other skirmishers. It is really cool how they have interesting kinds of synergies for all having been 1.0 enemies. And of course we can just surf on the Phlogiston. But for example... Oh... Forget what they had it called on him. In... Fate... He's got... Let's see... Kusanagi... Yeah, because for example... There is... In Fate, they have Yamato Takeru, the warrior prince from Japanese myth. And he has... the Ame no Murakumo no Tsurugi, which is one name for the sword. And then there's Ibuki Doji, this giant dragon Oni character, and she has the Kusanagi no Tachi, which is, in theory, meant to be a different name for the same weapon, but their versions look entirely different because it's stated that the different names actually refer to entirely different weapons. Which, and her version is actually a giant sword, which is actually basically just a greatsword version of the sort of Kusanagi replica you can see in wiki pages. But it does just mean that there's a bit more creative freedom in regards to making characters associated with a weapon, because their swords don't all have to look the same. But what is also interesting is when they have characters who wield the same weapon, or not just different weapons that are conflated, but weapons that are supposed to be the same. Because... in Fate, they have both Hector, the hero of Troy, and Roland, a knight from the matter of France, whose weapon Durandal is stated to have originally originated from Hector, but in Fate, Hector's version has a different name, and it's actually a spear. But they do look meaningfully similar enough because they're the same weapon at different points in time. So it's a bit of a different approach because they were going for a slightly different concept there. But it's also interesting because it wasn't a failure of the same concept, it was just a different concept, a different approach to maybe a similar mythological idea, but in the fiction, approached differently. How do we want to climb up here? I think she'll never handle this, yeah? Get up top of there, though. This will do it, and there was a luxurious chest up here originally, but of course we got it. Banners over there don't do anything, really. I am glad I went back, though, because otherwise I would not have found that fishing spot, and I would not have found that mortar rock. There was something meaningfully discovered by spending time here. Alright. That glad got a little gimped. That wasn't fun. It said... there was a bit of digging they did, and right... they mention... Nomokanov... person from Natlan, probably referring to Oron, Vasily... Nomokanov, and... where do they mention the other guy? Because those are two of the TriStar ones. The TriStar local legends who are probably the most painful local legends in the game right now. Not really in a bad way, it's just legitimately a very tough fight. That said, I think Chasca would do very well against them. Because the entire deal is just they're skirmishers and therefore have elemental shields that only really respond to one element. As in not just... it's a shield and you break it with elements that react with a shield, but you break it with one specific element because, yeah, they got a They got a cryo gunner, an electro hammer, and a pyro slinger, so that means you need hydro, pyro, and cryo to break those shields. That said, 2 out of 3 of them you can get from the other shields, and that can make swirling work well, but you do need to bring some hydro in there, or of course you can be silly and just use Chasca. Which, again, I think I'll probably do. There was another... Yeah, maintenance records, and that mentions Fontaine Research Institute cooperation. And right. The fact that they got material from the Institute, a lot of people, myself included, believe that implies Institute connection to the Fatui, which would make a lot of sense if Sandrone is Owain Guillotine, or at least connected to Owain Guillotine, as it's implied. Because generally, I would say, the prevailing speculation right now, relating to Sandrone, largely because she looks exactly like Marianne, Owain's sister, in the one picture we have of her, is that she's some sort of robotic double made by Owain. And that Owain is either in that body, which is kind of freaky, or he's the big robot behind Sandrone, and Sandrone is actually the robot instead of the girl. And that is less weird. And I think it could lead to some interesting things. The main would be, we already meet a sort of pseudo-Marianne in the Fontaine Archon quest. And that crystal fly's gone. We meet the Oceanid, who's basically a hybrid of Lyris and Marianne. Go the other way. Thank you. And that means that she has, to an extent, Marianne's memories and consciousness, or at least the memories, it seems, and personality. It would be interesting if the Marianne Oceanid had part of Marianne, but the robot somehow had some other. Either way, I think there's a decent chance that somehow Oceanid Marianne ends up ensouling the robot puppet Marianne that seems to be Sandrone, or accompany Sandrone, be part of Sandrone. Which, especially given that the name Sandrone literally means puppet, it is plain that there's something going on there. Well, in terms of speed, Mualani can spam the chomp in the way that the Cahulsaur kind of can't. And of course we could just jump off here if we felt like it. And nothing really comes out of going the other way. Oh, except you can... The crystal fly has respawned. How nice. Or, okay. Okay, we got it, we got it. So in that case, this yellow mountain is next up, then this one, and then this big one. I think I'll go down into the cave, and then the temple, which, to be fair, is mostly cleared out, but there are a few local legends there that I suppose I will fight. Fought Sappho and Atlatl and Chihuacoatl yesterday. We fought Cihuacoatl. We could fight He Never Dies, and in Japanese, He Never Dies' name is just undead. It's kind of funny. And then, of course, Chimalli Shade right there, which is just cryo check. That's alright. Could go heal, or we could just allow Shilinen to do the job for us. Thank you, Shilinen. We got some warriors here. We got a chest right there. It's good to me. I'll stick to the compass instead of the grain fruit, frankly. I mean, instead of the repository. That said, the seed repository really should be perpetual in the sense that you just turn it on or off and you only need to equip the item to check what's inside, maybe. The fact that you have to have it equipped to actually collect seeds is kind of strange. Alright. How many sigils do we have now? 530. But of course I'd need 900 to get the tablet all the way to max level. As in its current max level right now. Again, if I had gotten 600 sigils last patch, then I would have tossed them all in, but do not want to leave it at any level other than current maximum. Alright, and yep, getting close to the capybara, which should honestly be pretty easy to fight using Chasca. I'm pretty sure she can just completely hover over all of its attacks, which is incredibly cheesy, but if they let you do it, Who else is over here? We got a couple of warriors. I think we can use Kinich for this, I suppose. Thanks. And I make sure we get those. And they did not fall off the edge, but I did. The first ones probably would have, which good thing I didn't have to go down all the way to follow them. I will say, it is rather amusing whenever drops go below the surface of the water and you have to use Kaza or someone else to just suck them up. Though, to be fair, you can use Animo Traveler for that, but going to switch Animo Traveler in just for that is, again, a joke that writes itself. Okay. Shoot. 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 Thank you. Goodbye. Not a lot left over here. This seems to be mostly empty, and challenge. Oh, it's in the cave. No, it's not in the cave. The cave is over there. Hello, how are you doing? Are you alive? Maybe. It says there's a challenge here. But oh, it's up in the sky. Hello. This. Destroy 4 full-light targets within 40 seconds. This is a cool one. And hit. Or, of course, we can just stay on the lower level. And that does it. That was a cool little challenge. But, of course, if I was farther away, I would not have really... To see it up in the sky, I had to be a bit farther away. I've actually seen that challenge a few times. It's just... Kind of forgot about it this time. Well, thank you, Treasure Compass. There is a random dog over here. Well, I'm happy to hear that you're alive. Instead of having been eaten by wolves or something. Generally, that'd be kind of a bummer. Probably. So, why is this dog here? Do you have to feed you somewhere, or there's no bowl or anything? That doesn't seem like much of anything, just random dog doing random dog things. Alright. Either way, I'm actually going to do a rematch with the capybara local legend now, because we're right by it. I think I'm gonna try using Chasca, because it's her time. Oh. It's nice to rematch the local legends around the area, you know? It's sad we're not going to actually be able to really do any interruption. Cool. Honestly, I could have gotten rid of this quest marker by now, but the fact that it's been going on like this for so long is... It's kind of a good bit at this point. Okay. Thank you. And just stay out of the way. Thanks. Here we are, and I think should be able to completely avoid it. Overloads might be able to stun it. Maybe. I'm not sure. I don't know. Thanks, and thanks. Oh my goodness. An overload might have done it. Wait, what? How did he get outside the arena? Can he get inside the arena, or... Yeah, he has privilege. He can go inside and out of the arena without having to worry about a darn thing. Chasca will work. But what I should do, frankly, is... I need to leave? I need to heal up Ben, get him some energy. When the capybara goes into sicko mode, I need to just switch to Chasca, float up with her, and fire a few shots while it passes underneath me. It's going to be a lot tougher without being able to actually... without being able to actually interrupt it, because interrupting it does do a good amount of bonus damage. But still, it shouldn't be horrible. Thanks. Go ahead, get that fab. And this should be what I need. Yep, there we go. Let's try that again. Cool fight. Okay. Oh, right. If we want to just jump up, we use him. Cool. And for a second, I thought I hit them. No, I didn't. Let's do this again. Having full energy this time around definitely helps already, but see how this goes. Alright. Alright. Stay out of its way, so that we don't end up getting hit too much. That attack wasn't too much damage, that's good. So can you hit me? I don't think you can hit me at all. Not like this, at least. Thank you. And what we have to do here actually is just use the rocket jump. Just have it pass under us like this. That's how we do that. Okay. Now I see. Now I see. Okay. But that charge was still rather annoying. Come on. Thanks. And that... Oh, but it's out of the way of the eye. Well, it could be worse. Oh, and we are managing to whiff it up a bit, but not in a way that actually deals fall damage, unfortunately. Okay. I dropped. Oh, that was stupid. That was really stupid. I screwed that up. But this will work. I just have to be smart about it. If I actually just stayed in the air and glided down, I would be okay. The issue is that I closed the glider too soon, and that was rather dumb. Alright. Let's get one shot in to get that back. This should be fine. Yeah, let's do that one more time. If that doesn't work, I'm going to maybe use Gene Cheese. In the end, it's not like I have to be doing this fight now. I've already got all the achievements, but if I'm in the area, it would be perverse to pass by a local legend without fighting it. I'll say that much. The thing is, though, to actually keep the capybara in area of the Oculus is tough. And did we get Fab off? I'm not sure we got Fab off. Come on. Knock you away. I said it might be an idea to use cheese, but I don't think I will. And... oh, it seems a bit resistant to fall damage, actually. Okay. Cool. Thank you. Go ahead. 2, 3. And that's all she wrote. Come on. That's good and all. But not perfect. Thank you. And here we are. I framed that pretty well. Come on. And knock you that way into the Oculus. Fun. Oh, not great. Overload is tough. Now we'll get up a bit higher. Come on, do your thing. Definitely are some damage issues here. That's okay. Oh, come on. 1, 2. Some of the reactions, when the reactions work, are helping. How much can I juggle you? The main issue is, frankly, when you manage to... oh my... I thought it would glow. It's supposed to glow. What the heck? Well, we can revive. It's dumb. The fact that I can freely go outside the arena is certainly something. Okay. Oh, come on. Thank you. And 1, 2. Alright. This is certainly something. I gotta stay up high for this. Wait, we actually managed to interrupt that time. Wait, never mind. Excuse me? Yeah, it's a matter of luck because you have to get a lot of overcharges, but it's not impossible. Interesting. Okay. That leaves me with something to think about and consider. Alright. Gonna go for it now? Gonna go for it now? Probably not. It's not a horrible way to do things. Oh, and it's got a lot of resistance right now. Okay. Well. Oh, and again, that worked. Okay. So it's a matter of syncing up our windows, it seems. That's fine. I need to iframe that with good timing and luck, among other things. This is interesting then. Come on. Stay up in the sky. It's not perfect, and that time we couldn't do it. Let's get our hang time. Thanks. Cool. Alright. Go ahead. And we did not have enough. Energy economy is difficult at times. Thanks. And let's try this again. You are in the Oculus. That's good. Getting knocked up. Maybe taking some fall damage. Maybe. And another shot, and this should do it. That will, in fact, not do it. Well, we're almost good. I think a few more Chasca shots should carry the day. Well, we were too low that time. Alright. Oops. Oops. Come on, Chasca. Make something beautiful happen. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, using a deliberately unsuited team for the fight definitely makes it a bit more difficult. Maybe in a pure sense, it's harder than the Tri-Stars, but it's also, well, at least if you have a gene, it's a lot easier to cheese. The main thing is that, since it takes a lot of, a decent amount of percentile damage when you interrupt its charge, it's a perfectly viable and probably good strategy to just focus on dodging and then just bring out a Claymore or blunt damage character when it's charging and therefore not attacking, and just rely entirely on the percent damage. Well, I wanted to see how Chasca would do. And there's a big aura on the special charge, which amusingly is more than a little like the boost that Sonic and Shadow use. That means that it'll still hit her when she's in the air, but it doesn't seem like most of the attacks will hit her while she's in the air. So it worked decently. Not perfectly, but decently. Come on. Will that missile hit the one on the other part of the slope? It will. That's a brutalized Saurian. Okay. Also, don't act like you're complaining. The only person who enjoys my suffering more than I do is you. But, of course, your berating and nagging is probably just another way of torturing me, so what do I know? What is this switch going to do? Pull the mechanism. Oh, okay. They're arrows denoting where each switch needs to be pointing. I like how a lot of it really is just, okay, smart guy, look at the graffiti. Yeah. #1 sadist. Okay. You should be jailed for your crimes. Maybe. Then they'll confiscate your meager assets and give them all to me. Maybe. Not actually. I don't actually want that to happen. Don't worry. It's okay. Alright. Let's... Oh, it's another Dreamseeker Priest Chronicle. Fun. Should chronicle the Dreamseeker Priest too. Angakook, Angakook, where will I hear that voice? From beneath the earth, or a rumbling from even deeper underground. If you will it so, send forth an envoy. Before dawn's first light, we shall take up arms to quell the Night Kingdom's unrest. When I'm ready, Angakook, make your warrior manifest. Angakook, right, we have to... Someone's gonna show up and fight. Hello. Oh, and it's a Night Soul It's actually a Night Soul Warrior. Oh, that's fun. These, the ones that aren't bosses, they showed up in the Chamber of Night's Trial, and that was about it. Oh, that's really funny. There wasn't even any reward for it. It was just... I hope you enjoy getting ganked by a random warrior. Okay. Yeah, make your warrior manifest. She sure did. Okay. Anything down here? Well... There are a few bridges going to the temple area. But other than that... Doesn't seem like it. Keep on going. What always? Fighting? I do enjoy it. We're not getting any reward. Hopefully that's not always. It might be. Oh, come on. That jump did not work as well as I would have liked. Should be a nearby chest. What do I see and what do I hear? Oh, here you are. How do I want to take you out? Answer is Flame Granite. Poor capybara. That was nasty. Cool. Ouch. And one more, and they're gone. What am I going to make with my capybara meat? Who knows? And that one had Avatar of Lava items in it. Again, I say to you, it's really cool when they have enemy drops inside treasure chests. I, again, also like that they brought back recipes being found in chests, which before Nalin came out they hadn't done since the initial Monstelic release. Blame Italy. In 30 seconds. And, oh no. No platform. We had to just grapple again. That's fun. Let's get back over here. Cool. Now we can go down here. A couple more ores. Okay. Thank you. And... oh, right, we could have used the flame granite there. I didn't really see it. Maybe I thought it was another ore. Maybe. And I believe we already pulled the switch that opened up that cage. Yeah. Oh, hi there. From the other side. Well, that'll still kill. You're weak enough. But yeah, even though the hook's still there, Now that the cage is open, it doesn't even let us pull it. It is just that pointless. Okay, alright. Down here, over this way. Think in that case, next we go up to this little mountain, then we'll clear out everything here. And then the cave, then the temple, then the town. That's alright. We're at 88%. Shrine of Depths, Shrine of Depths. I know there's one. This might be it. I don't think this is it. There's one in Amayako. Somewhere. Okay. Yeah, there are 4 in total, which means one of them... I think one of them is over here, too. It... might be this. Normally you can see a bit of a hexagon pattern on the map indicating where they are. But it seems they don't always show that. Huh. Well. Nothing to do but to continue. Or, well, I could always just quit and cry. For no reason in particular. That is, again, just the temple. Actually, I'll go to this spot now. Now. And it seems to just be a Yunkasaur, that's fine. My question is just, what team am I going to fight Chimalli's Shade with? Because the strongest Wriothesley team I have, I think, is Nahida, Wriothesley, and then Emily. Oh, and you went down. Okay. Suit yourself. And here we are. But of course that will blow you up. And even hit me in the process. Okay. Well, that's okay. Well, I'm glad that you have opinions on how I'm allowed to live my life. I'm not sure what I'd do otherwise. Let's keep on moving. Right, we can get a bit closer this way and then start grappling onto the gravel points. Getting closer. Oh, and this is another one of those Pyro Monument puzzles. And oh, there's also an Animo Slime here for some reason. Hi. That... I suppose you could have used a flame granite on it, but I don't see any nearby. They were so close to the ground that I don't imagine they needed... Oh, okay, the flame granite's right here. This is going to be paint canisters, and again, only the ones with paint splatters are important. Some of them are decoys. That's 2, 2, 3... That... Is this a 1? Might be. That is interesting. This one might just not need an order. I think that one's 1. This one is on the deck, so it's probably not meant to be the same. 2. And 3. Okay, and yep, that was it. And all the others are lit up now. So we do have a full inventory of trash artifacts now. Chasca and Oron do have their sets leveled, so again, I think we feed it to Layla. Oh well. 5, okay. That only means getting to 17. Okay. It is going to be pretty fun to use her in theater next time I use theater. Even though her HP isn't as high as it could be. Because it's not as if I have her fully leveled. Though what I do have actually is enough talent books to actually level her talents all the way to 9 if I had them more and had her level to actually unlock that, but well, getting the skills to level 6 is not really constantly moralize. I could probably manage that. Okay. Not right now, though. Next one is a challenge over here. Maybe I will do that before moving on to the next mountain. Again, because a lot of it is about making sure that the compass does not end up pinging in the wrong direction. We're 89. Should be a good deal of oculi around here. I think that's going to be a big part of what remains for exploration, but let's go for this. It is a shame that we don't recover stamina. Oh, what do you know? There's another one of you. Hello there. Yeah, I have way more of these materials than I need. It is honestly really funny how just, if you're not actively going for 5-star weapons, and I guess Gasha 4-star weapons, most elite enemy materials are not really all that important to you. Because I remember when Arla came out and I got her scythe, I had to kill a comical amount of the Remuria golems, but I wouldn't have exactly needed them for much of anything otherwise. Instead, I'm pretty sure the Ashgraven Drinking Horn, I think this used... Can't see that, actually. Can't go back and look. Ashgraven Drinking Horn. No, it used Secret Source. What weapon am I thinking about then? Was it the Scepter? Dialogue of the Desert Sages? No, that required the Swanwind Beast stuff. 4.7. What was 4.7 again? 4.7's event was... Oh, right, Cloudforged. Yeah, Cloudforged required hilts. That's when I needed hilts. Okay. Oh, and right, I can grapple over there. Convenient. On, and you can just grapple back the other way as well. Oh, but okay. Down works a lot better than up. Clearly. So they sort of converge on this middle mountain from here and here. And... well, there is a Hieroculus just sitting down here, it seems. Maybe I'll grab this right now. And is the challenge up there, or... it is not. It's not in the sky. Down here... oh, it's showing a Monitu. That's what's going on there. That's what's going on it too. And we can just have her climb up the mountain. Thank you. There's a particle over there. Let's see what this does for me. Hi. Okay, you just grapple between them to pick up the particles along the path. Cool. And we... oh, that's why they deactivate... oh. Part of why they deactivate the sigil after you grab onto them, so you can grapple away from it after you get there without maybe auto-targeting the same sigil another time and hating your life. Well, you get to hate your life for other reasons. Cool. Thanks. Big one's gone. That was simple. Come on. Come on. Get over here. Another one blows up. And does not get you. Because the environmentally triggered ones only hurt me. The ones I toss only hurt me. That's how it seems to be divided up. Well, alright. I've been around here so many times to farm. Saurian mats. It's crazy to think about. There is a monitor right here. This will follow you. Oh well. Ah, all the way down here. That's where that comes from. Okay. Ancestral Temple is real cool. Has a good deal of architectural similarities with Ushkanalan too. Thanks. Got that chest. And this is right here. I think actually I should grapple from here. Handle it this way. And I'll need to go up this pathway eventually, so I may as well do it now. Alright. Let's climb on up. Thank you. Fight you. Oh, and there's even a chest. Thanks. Thank you. Alright. And that did crystallize. Oh, oh, because we had to do 3 hits, so we didn't get the shred. We only got the bonus. Ah. Infuriating. Come on, come on. One more bite. Well, a bit more scuffed than I would have liked, but it worked. Here's the chest. Another right there. Go ahead, break it. And then. It's up there. This cliff face is sloped, but don't really go up it. After this, it's the cave, the temple, and then the town. And of course, the ones in the town are frankly very well hidden. So by way of getting everything else first, we can make sure that when we're in town, we can find things that are in town. There's an arrow here, but it's not as if finding the temple is that difficult. Oh, and what do you know? We got another one of these. Hello. Also just a number of things in here. But what would we be able to use this for? I guess you're supposed to shoot it at those Saurians. So largely this just leads you to the Ancestral Temple. Alright. On grappling. It's over here. Could get back on top. And then to light this, and that makes a sigil appear. The fire is moving the sigil around. Where are you going now? And you're still not just a coil grass sigil. That's what's interesting. Not yet reached your final form. And we hit the ground and lost that. That's a shame. The grapple is nice around here. Mostly moving through a hollow space. Right. And of course we could always just use our own pyro, but no fun that way. Where did you go? Oh, it went over there. That's where we are now. But should we light another torch, or? Yep, that's what gives us the chest. That was fun. So it's sort of a extrapolate from incomplete data sort of thing, where you're lighting torches to make it move, then it turns into a sigil, and then there's one more torch, you light that, and then you get your reward. You know? Oh, nice. What kind of pizza? One really silly thing... Oh, pepperoni. Silly thing my dad and my sister did once. They took a bunch of pickle juice, as in the brine from a pickle jar, and they made popsicles from the pickle juice. And I did not try it myself, but their accounts were basically, for the first couple of licks, it tasted pretty good. And then the realization set in and they were just disgusted with themselves and with what they had made. Yeah. Honestly, I kind of wish I'd tried some of it. But I'm also happy I hadn't tried it, given how bad it apparently was. Okay. Yeah. Honestly, I find it hard to decide who the weirdest person in the family is. The answer is really just not my mom. Everyone else is in contention perpetually. Yeah, the name Picklesicle never caught on either. It was always just the Pickle Popsicle. Over here. Nothing seems to be up top. Let's go ahead and take you down then. Oh, and we can flame granite this. Sure. Okay. Maybe so. And of course, no ICD on that attack. There we go. So we can figure out what this challenge is now. Oh well. I like how they give us a scenic view for... The answer is probably Arlecchino. Just because she's the only character I have who has their signature. That's really the only... It's most of what she has going for her, but it's not nothing. And now I think we've completed Ignited Adventure. Yep. Do the offerings too. It's close to Treasure Hunter, close to the Monitors too. Oh, Earthshaker? Earthshaker is not Kinich's signature. Kinich's signature is Fang of the Mountain King. Which I don't have. Kel in the server has Fang of the Mountain King. I don't. It's this thing. Can't see its model, but you can see its hilt. Big green sword. And I don't have it. Yeah, the only 5-star Sig weapon I have is Arle's. Because it makes her... And they just show up. Nice. Because it makes her animations look different. And for that reason, I could never pass it off. But the others, I do not have. Okay. For the bites... There we are. Oh, there's a camera there. No, it's only Arliss. Which is why the only one I have is Arlecchino's. Because all the others, it was just sort of, okay, nice to have, not necessary. But Arla looks lame if she doesn't have her Sig. Observe. Oh, okay, so it's kind of a... Hit them while they're positioned precisely. But where is a flame granite I can... Okay, right here. So we got a little shooting gallery. That's fun. Gonna come back now. Okay. The question is, how am I going to make sure that I get one but not the other? Well, the easiest way would be to use a bow. Got one. Now we just wait till we come back to that spot. It might actually be a matter of shooting when... shooting the spot itself. Oh, it's on fire and they just keep getting... That's funny. Well, okay. Oh, and now they spawned 4. Oh, I think you just have to blast them all, maybe. This... I don't think this is intended behavior. I don't think there were supposed to be 4. Yeah, that is interesting. A bow would make it easier. But given that this is here, I do want to try that out. It means you're cursed. You need to sacrifice someone or something. Yeah, I guess we can try Chasca, but when I go back, there had better only be 2 slimes. If not, I don't know what I'll do. Alright. From Terminator? So you're an evil computer now? Oh, okay. What's that like? Is it fun? I'm considering becoming an evil computer myself. I figured a recommendation from someone experienced would. You know? Fair enough. I just read wikis. Yeah, this should be fine. Shoot you at the right spot. Thanks. Oh, or not. Honestly, something seems to be a bit off about the way your shots go. That worked, but the other one... Definitely get them when they're going down. I do like that she has a bit of red in her charge attack, even though she doesn't really ever use the normal charge. Okay, so now we got 4. It does seem that we need to shoot them while they're at this position. So 4 was not a glitch. I wonder what the tolerance is for... Yep, there we go. Oh, we got a graffiti stone from that too. Interesting. So, some of the graffiti challenges... Well, it got me a graffiti marked stone, which is used for that big mural. That is... It's not nothing. Eventually, there will be some significant reward, I imagine. It was fun either way. And isn't that the most important thing? Maybe. And this... I think this might be the last Dream Seeker... No, that's not a Dream Seeker Priest one. This is just... Oh, it's another challenge. Sema, Master Trainer, Signs of the Canopy. I'm a rare guest from far I see. Well, what do you say? Want to try my Warrior's Challenge? Many a Warrior's Challenge awaits our tribal fighters through now on, and as for me, I'm one of those who arranges those challenges. And that's one roll. Well, don't you look like a tough one, Outlander? Want to take on the challenge that I prepared? Let's begin. Stroll through the sky. What's next? Well, simply put, just collect challenge coins, as many as you can get. The more the better, the quicker, the stronger. Okay. Over there, and we got platforms. That's convenient for me. Yep. This one is not overly complex. Oh, but this... Oh, that's trouble. That's trouble. Getting over here as... with not as a Yumka sword, but as a person is going to be evil. Okay. Thanks. Ooh. Yeah, because having a person's hitbox is a lot better for this kind of thing, to say the least. That said, I shouldn't be too bad at this. Shouldn't be in too bad a position. Okay, we have to time this to not get hit. Okay. Here we go. Got a few more. 1, 2. How many coins are there in total? Out of the way of that. Now I get hit by the nasty ones. And we're dropping, but not too much. Okay. This should be the end of it. Position ourselves up. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Yumkasaur is going to be better, but I want to do this as Kinich. There are 30 more coins. We gotta be fast. Well, I'm not going to accept those chests until I've won. I need that max rank. I need that max score. Also, talking to her at the start also counted down the timer. That did not help things. Alright. Okay. Thank you. Luckily, this isn't too bad, but gotta aim kind of in the middle. I need to aim up significantly higher. Then probably glide. We've already failed. Okay. To aim high and then kind of glide at it. This is tough. This is tough. Very, very interesting. Yeah, and for... yeah. When am I Lego Batman? Maybe. I think everyone's got a little bit of Lego Batman in them, really. Oh, the chests are still there. Fun. Okay. Okay. That was a struggle. I'm gonna need to just grab this. Okay, cool. Thank you. I think we got them all that time. Maybe. Maybe. Oh, now we got the grab in. Only gives you more. That's good. Tractor beam. Get all those. Okay. We did not hit the evil balloon. It was narrow, but we did it. Get me that maximum score. I honestly do like the fact that, especially for Kinich ones, using the character is not always better than using the Saurian. And to be fair, I think a big amount of that is the fact that when the challenges first came out, Kinich was not available. Meaning that you had to do it with a Saurian anyway. So, it's not the worst thing ever. This should be the rest. Yay! Ring Finger Dowsing Rope. We got all challenge coins. Ring Finger Dowsing Rope. It's a reference to something. Thank you, thank you. Complete all the Warriors challenges. Apparently this is a Hunter x Hunter reference. Complete all the Warriors challenges of the Sons of the Canopy with the highest possible grade. Only one left then is one singular Geo challenge. Okay. Okay. Here's the next one. Nothing nearby, but we still got the other one pointed out on the map. How then? As in right now or period, a lot of it's going to be an exploration. I think that's probably a pretty fair estimate, given the amount of areas in the game. I think that's a safe amount, probably. Just no calculations, totally off the cuff. That sounds right-ish. Got you, I got another chest, but we should go back this way first. Oh, what do you know? Another wild manifestation. You know what? I'm gonna fight you now. Hello there. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1, 2, 3. Sure, I'll take the damage. 2, 3, and... oh, you got your shield anyway. Annoying. Thanks, and... some issues with that, and... but Well, we did break you. That's alright. I honestly think we can send in Kinich for the end of this. Sure. Goodbye. The time it takes for those hits did not help matters. Yeah, if I had been just a tiny bit quicker, I think Mualani would have killed. Oh, it's Shieldnen for sure. Chasca's good, but she's not amazing. Shieldnen is a Kaza side grade, and especially good for not one characters. Probably Shieldnen. In terms of just being generally useful. A good support tends to be more impactful than a good DPS, as you can use them in a lot more situations, generally. I would personally say Shieldnen in light of that. Because she's basically Kaza, but you have a little more bonus than Shred, and you also have healing instead of crowd control. Well, Mualani is good. She was even better in her beta, but then they nerfed her because that was... The whole New Viet fiasco was basically... They nerfed his turn speed so he couldn't do the spin to win. And a lot of people got mad because they had rolled him because he could do the spin to win. Yeah, she's still good. But originally she hard power crept New Viet. Made New Viet kind of pointless. That is no longer the case. Now they're side grades. Can try the Spiritways. Let's do this one again. One shot the Spiritway challenge. While you're here, so you may as well give it a whirl. Sure beats going back empty-handed, I'm alright. Already got your treasure though. Zadly, through the fire and flames. It's like Guitar Hero. Something like that. Get on the Spiritway then. How do I put it? Earn a higher score with some flashy splash emotions, something like that. There we go. Super easy. Okay. But, essentially, New Viet got nerfed, well, and then changed back. They wanted to nerf him. The patch right before Not One came out, and people realized, hey, they're nerfing him basically to sell Mualani, and they undid the spin to win nerf, and nerfed Mualani's damage to make her more of a side grade with maybe higher highs, but deliberate clunk as a balancing mechanism. Okay, I really think... I'm pretty sure she moves back and forth on the Spiritway a bit faster than the Golosaur. She definitely moves forward a bit more quickly, too. Yeah. She's still good, and one of the main things is that since she's a forward vape character and the only one at that, she has very different teams than New Viet, because New Viet is basically mono Hydro. When his teams trigger reactions, it's for the sake of his passive that gives him just extra multiplier when a reaction with Hydro is triggered, but his damage is not coming from the reaction itself. Mualani is based entirely around double all your hits, because you don't do a lot of hits, and you can reliably reverse vape, forward vape every single one. And we got another max score. But of course, we did that 3 months ago already. Cool. Well, then... It's just this bit, the cave, temple, and the town. Okay. Based on what we've seen so far, Mavica is basically jack of all trades, master of none. She can do a slightly worse version of everyone else's traversal, but special mechanics like the jump paths for Mualani or Fugis or the Flame Granites or the Coil Grass Sigils, she can't interact with those, but she can kind of fly, kind of swim, kind of climb, and ride the motorcycle. It's interesting. Given that she doesn't have a tribe, really, frankly, what would be funny is if they just gave her Kinich's abilities, because she, in lore, she originally was, before becoming Archon, from Kinich's tribe, but they didn't do that. But it's just, if they gave her completely unique movement, Well, they'd have to correspond that to a Saurian, but there are only 6. And it'd be weird to just choose one tribe to give to her. I think it's possible that... And of course, since we haven't seen it yet, it's possible she might have something to do with the Electro Saurian. But I'm not sure. It... As in Cihuacoatl. Well... Not to say too much, but we already know what's going on with Cihuacoatl. But she does have a bit of... She has a dragon head energy projection on the front of her motorbike. So that's sort of her dragon, I would suppose. I do kind of wish, in retrospect, especially since they mentioned that... Oh, Mualani. Oh, nice. Yeah, it's pretty good, but you have to remember, it's kind of like Eula. There's a big difference between damage per second and damage per screenshot. And it is fun to see a big number. I think I got around 1 million once. I don't remember the circumstances. Probably friendly Abyss buffs. But I think I did once. She's fun to use. Oh, let me see. Purveyor of Punishment. This was in 2021? I don't even remember what that could have been. But that's not Mualani. Oh, no. Okay, that probably would have been Mualani, actually. Because this is when I completed it. It's not when I got that number. But yeah, the highest crit. That definitely has to be Mualani, then. I don't remember when that would have been, because it's not showing it, but... I can't imagine it would have been anyone else. What did that do? Pretty sure that let a Monitu go. And what's yours? We're gonna go number for number. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah. In a lot of ways, I would say Mualani is sort of the current Eula. In that big singular hits. Although the difference is that Mualani does have the ability to spread that out and is just frankly better because she can use reactions. Even though her kit is based around sort of assuming the reaction. Come on. But... Okay. Go on here. And yep, it's over there now. That's not bad. Do you know who that would have been from? Let's do this again. Fair. Well, you can get a higher one and remember who it was. Yeah, that makes sense. I bet it was Raiden. It is really funny when you kill with a single slash, and therefore don't really get your energy back. Not funny in a good way. Funny in a painful way. You know how it is. Oh yeah. But... the thing about Chasca is that her whole deal is kind of the opposite. And frankly, the fact that she's literally a rainbow DPS, that you see numbers in all kinds of colors too, kind of changes and mitigates it, but the fact that she's all about spamming individually weaker hits for DPS that ends up being it. I have been playing this game for over 3 years. You have nothing to feel bad about. If I didn't have more than you, then that would reflect really badly on me. Okay. And get another. There we go. A lot of them just come from progressing the Archon quest, but also World Quest 2. You get a lot just going out and doing things, especially since a lot of them are also just tied to opening chests and doing various sorts of exploration objectives. The one thing I will note is that there are a number of what the fans refer to as hidden exploration objectives, and they're about as well hidden as the fact that they don't have an official name would suggest, but just generally achievement-tied little things you can do that aren't actually marked down as quests. Well, it depends, actually, because it depends on whether... Sometime end of May 2021. At the end of the very first Eula banner. Yep, 5/28/2021. So I am year one, but really just barely. Yeah. Missing Festering Desire does still kind of hurt. Right, because you said you said you joined, left, and came back, right? Wasn't that right? Yeah, exactly. Getting this here. Where is the rest? That's over there, yeah? Just a couple of warriors to beat up. Fun. Hello there. We can do it like this. It is fun, really funny just how absolutely gigantic the warriors are. Especially since they... In Masters of the Nightwind, they have a few NPCs who are just literal giants. It's kind of crazy. Wheats on campground, sort and order. 95. Mine was Kutching. And it took me a while to actually build her in any meaningful way. Nothing nearby. Because I didn't think she was very good, and frankly, when I got her, she kind of wasn't. But she was still better than what I otherwise had, because she had at least had good multipliers. I didn't really have teams that could make incredible use of reactions yet anyway. But... And now Kutching is actually just good. Mainly as a official driver, but still good. I mean, arguably, Chlorind might be better from a damage standpoint. But Chlorind also has very limiting rotations in a way that Kutching does not. Oh. So got her with decent pity. That's good. Yeah, I am wondering how much I'm gonna have to go in for Mavuka and Cihuacoatl next match. My real question is whether Mavuka and Cihuacoatl are going to be up together or on first half second. We'll see. Where is this? Goes over... Oh, the Monitu's kind of hiding in that bush. But it infused the Phlogiston. Oh, it takes about half our bar, and it highlights how much we'll use, too. That was fun. Thanks. Let's go in. Wait, what? Huh? Yeah. But he doesn't really use his bow normals. Okay, you need more encouragement. What is... Oh, my goodness. Okay. Yeah. But she, interestingly enough, kind of like the actual Murata from Honkai, is very, very... She moves very quickly for a Claymore in terms of her attack animations, which makes her very, very different from a slower Claymore playstyle. So, to be fair, so is Kinich, but for Kinich it's mainly because he doesn't really use his Claymore at all if you play him, quote-unquote, correctly. There we go. And it breaks the lock. Okay. In that case, the rest up here is mostly... Yeah, I agree. Claymores are fire. Haha. Because for Pyro Claymores, it's just... Dia... Diluc... Xinyan, and soon Mavuka. I really am excited for her, though. Yeah, not that many. There generally aren't that many Claymore characters to begin with. It is the rarest weapon. Which is really funny, because when the game launched, the only polearm character was Zhongling. Kuhimana. At this point, I'm pretty sure it's Cryo. For the longest time it was Geo, but they just don't make Cryo characters anymore. Maybe. Oh, have we met before? Apologies, recognizing people isn't my forte. Let me just check. Okay. Yeah. It's been a while. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 Pyro. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's see. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 Electro. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 Dendro. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 or so Hydro. Cryo is 12 Dendro. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 Cryo. So Dendro's rarer. It's just we haven't gone Cryo in a while. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 Animo. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Actually, it's still Geo. It's actually Geo. Geo, yeah, there are fewer Geo characters than Dendro characters, which is hilarious. Recognizing people is my forte. Is it your eyes? It's not exactly a problem with my eyesight. I'm just bad at remembering people's faces. Sometimes I meet people I've met many times before, even chatted with, and I still can't remember their faces. I find it even harder when they're wearing different clothes or accessories. Then when it comes to animals, I'm sensitive enough to always tell them apart. Yeah, I've done a lot of sketches of them, and I've given each one a special label of their own. Tried doing sketches of people. In all honesty, I've tried, but I couldn't even sort the labels out correctly. I won't still recognize them the second time we met. Sometimes there'll be two people who are wearing hats of a similar color. I'll accidentally sort them into the same book. As time has gone by, everyone who knows me knows I have this issue, so they don't take it personally and I fail to recognize them. On the contrary, they're all quite happy to have someone like me around who's good at telling animals apart. Their eyes, all animals of any given species look exactly the same. Boggles the mind, doesn't it? It's fine. Well, she'll look forward to seeing you next time. Again, next time, I just hope we'll still be able to recognize you, and... That's not anything in particular, it seems. Oh, so... Gotta make sure the blue ones are blue. Yellow ones are yellow. Yellow. Yep, and that's how we get that chest. That's pretty funny that they basically played off the yellow-blue color switch of those crystals. Because it was never actually... The color itself was never something that played in. The presence of color-oriented puzzles is cool. Given that it is, of course, not really something they often do here. I'm pretty sure there are more Dendro characters. There are 11 Geo characters. Oh, okay. I was counting Dendro Traveler, I think. Yeah, I was counting Dendro Traveler. That was my problem. Yeah. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, yeah. Yeah. I didn't even know you could do that. I don't really sort. Alright. So how will I take down? Wyab over there, clearly gonna be Kinich fodder, but you're actually in water. That's annoying. Okay. Thank you, and shoot, shoot. And I totally missed. Now Pyro is Mihoyo's favorite son by far, which is a bit bothersome, I'd say. 1, 2. Come on. Get us back, and... Thanks. Let's make sure we can not get your shield up. There we are. Oh, well, never mind. But... Thanks. The bloom is not doing that much there. Hydro 1 in water is kind of wretched. Okay. There we go. Ah. Finally. And there's that chest right up. Should have kind of picked it up before trying to search up another. Alright. There's a chest right here. We'll work our way around. And down to the cave. Shouldn't take too much longer. A lot of it was probably due to the fact that for a long time Electro was just not all that good. That originally, before Aggravate got added, and especially Hyperbloom, there were no reactions that actually just amplified the damage of a hit in any way, or could be used with crits. Yeah. Hydro was, for the longest time, generally considered the best element. And I think, even when Dendro was really good, because they've nerfed... Well, they didn't nerf Dendro, but with Chasca's release and her reaction span, they did boost the effectiveness of other reactions. Because Overload and Electrocharge and Superconduct were increased a bit to keep pace and become a bit more usable. And you're still never going to get a team based on one of them, really, but it does help out a bit with the fact that Dendro was the meta for a while. Okay. Let's take out both of you. Thank you. Where are you going? Okay. And for whatever reason, that did not put Pyro on you? Whatever. Here we are. Another Whopper Flower. Yeah, Pyro feels outsized because of how good Bennett and Zhongling are. You can never really escape it. Come on. Get a bit of healing in. It is nice to be able to just have this here. Wasted a Widsith buff window, but at least it was a crappy one, I suppose. Come on. Let's pull you up. And try to get you buff. The first limited 5-star was Venti, and Kui was on the back half of that same 1.0. That there wasn't really a first one, because Kaching, Mona, Chi-Chi, Diluc, and Jean were all on standard banner together, and they have always been on standard and nowhere else. Except Kaching, who got a single banner in the first Lantern Rite version because they did not want to actually have... They didn't want to have Hu Tao on during Chinese New Year, because since she was associated with death, it would have been inauspicious. So they had a single week of, no, 2 weeks of Kaching in the middle of the first Lantern Rite patch between Zhao and Hu Tao, just to make sure Hu Tao was not on Chinese New Year. Seriously. It's kind of cool. Or at least interesting. Okay. Thank you. I'm a big Hu Tao fan. I used to be a bigger one, but she's not as easy to use these days as she used to be. Well, that's how they sell them. That's why they get paid the big bucks. Yeah, what can I say? What can I say? Okay, there are no shockwaves here. Keep on going. And one shot almost did it. The burning brought him down. Yeah, we're almost cleared out of here. We're down this way, and then, yeah, it's cave, temple, and the town. I will go it along today, but I planned on it. Just want to clear out all of Coatepec so that I can move on from it and go to Toyac. Yeah, what model do you think playable Paimon is going to have? Tall woman? It's possible. It'd be funny. And something Paimon. Okay, but we have Sayu for that. Oh my goodness. Come on. Yeah, you getting out of the way of Dia's AoE was bothersome. Fair. Well, the other thing with Sayu is that her Claymore is a Sayu-sized Claymore. It's not as ridiculous as it could have been, which, to me, was an act of profound cowardice. I was mentioning Hollow Knight before, and one funny thing about Hollow Knight is that one of the extra bosses in the DLC, because most of the characters are all bugs. Most of the characters are bugs. Was a fly carrying a gigantic Claymore. Here's the funny thing. Wolf's Gravestone is actually pretty decent on Sayu, because her healing scales off of attack, and she's a support character. It's actually a pretty good option if you don't have energy issues with her. But of course, you need to solve those energy issues first. At least if you want to burst every rotation. But of course, you're not getting hits with her off field if you're not getting her burst up anyway, so it's... well... yeah. I would say, if you're going to invest in a Battle Pass weapon, invest in Serpent Spine. It's very, very hard to go wrong with Serpent Spawn. You are running all around. Oh well. Come on. Oh, but those guys over there aren't even paying attention to me. Alright. White Blind isn't bad, but my question for you is, are you familiar with snapshotting mechanics? Because the thing about Noelle is that when she uses her burst, the attack buff does not scale. It gets locked in based on what her defense was when she casts her burst, meaning that if you intend to use the buff on White Blind, you're only getting it from the second rotation onward, unless you're having to do a few normals to stack it up, which is rather time inefficient. But she gets a lot out of Serpent Spine. But she also actually gets a decent amount out of Fav Greatsword, depending on the team you're running her on, because she just has absolutely atrocious energy requirements. Earthshaker's not bad, but the thing about Noelle is that her skill damage is a very small part of her kit. Well, yeah, Earthshaker doesn't give defense. You might be thinking about a different weapon. But, as I was saying... Okay. Just checking. Oh, okay. Unrelated statements. Okay. Oh, wow. Even without a vaporize, that just killed. Nice. This was a puzzle that got me another graffiti marked stone, so seems like most of the puzzles that give chests that give graffiti marked stones are themselves graffiti-related puzzles, which makes sense. Alright. Over here. A few more of you to take on. And actually, this is a good way to do it. Come on. But that did not damage. It's weird to see when the flame grenades actually deal damage to enemies instead of just being a hazard to me. Also, using these on the Caposaurs. Footprint's good for her personal damage, but generally speaking, she's actually best with Favonius, if I recall correctly. Primarily because she's basically she's a Cinder City bot. Her contribution to the team comes pretty much entirely from Cinder City set boosting damage. I guess if you were using her on field, but it's just would not be the best use of her kit and abilities. Because again, with Kachina, the main thing is you use her to crystallize an element you want to buff, and then that's basically her contribution. But with... Because even if you buff her defense to pretty crazy levels, you're not really going to be doing significant damage with her. But if you build crit on her and give her Fav, she can help with the rest of the team's energy requirements, and that can be quite nice. But damage Kachina is, unfortunately, a joke that writes itself. It's Sapwood Blade, Sumeru Craftable Sword, and you'd get that by doing Aranyaka. Okay. That Saurian thing down there is not going to come up without Cryo. Without Kaza. I need to put a team together. Let's use you to bridge out onto the ice. Then Kaza can grab this back up. Come on. Okay. It's taking time. It's long. It's a good quest, but it's a long quest. It's not the kind of thing you can just do in a day. Because it's basically a linking together of every quest from Launch Sumeru Jungle's all their areas. It's not something they've done since for a reason. What they have done is made it so that, say in Fontaine, most of the big world quests converge into the Narcissenkreuz stuff, but they can all be started independently. They have their own deals. You don't need to do each to do the next. Which, for Aranyaka, there was a bit of an order to them, even though it did eventually branch out. Why do you go to different places? Let's do this challenge, Leisurely Driftings. But I enjoyed Aranyaka, in no small part due to the fact that it gives you basically a Zelda-style quest item in the something Antiquated Lyre or whatever it was called, the Old Harp. And you could gradually unlock songs that would allow you to interact with the environment in Sumeru, even after you'd actually beaten the quests. There were things to do with those songs even outside the quest, and it felt like an old Zelda game. But it also, very plainly, it was basically all of Sumeru's quests at launch. There were very few quests that were not part of Aranyaka, which was part of its poor reception, because it really just kind of ate the rest of the game. Cool. That's over that way. Have to make sure we don't miss that when we get teleported when we get to the end here. Okay. Nice. This does seem to be a bit of a lag here. This one is actually rather tough. Getting max score on this one took a while. Seriously. And should be looping back around to another target soon. At the end of this, it will teleport you back to the other area. Yep, see, it's really easy to miss that because you have to immediately be holding the right direction. And that means I'm going to do this one more time. Oh, the weather changed, so she started talking. Yeah. Yeah, once it hops off and sends you to the other spot, you just need to immediately be holding left. It's honestly ridiculous. It is a fun challenge, though. But yeah, it's just 90 out of 91 challenge coins. Talk about insult to injury. Oh. One more time. One more time. Because it was just... I remembered I needed to hold a direction, but I forgot whether it was left or right. And I ended up holding right instead of left. And the correct answer was left. Yep. But apparently Mavuka will be able to do these challenges herself, because she has the ability to interact with full light targets. I mean, with Spiritways. So when I get her, I kind of feel like going back and doing all the... Yeah. But what I mean is that the motorcycle can go on the Spiritways, meaning that you get to do this challenge on a motorcycle, which, pretty cool. Though I do wonder what her handling on a Spiritway is going to be in comparison to Mualani. Thanks. Bye. To get over to the next one. Thank you. If I took the other path, then I'd miss more targets than I'd get on that other path too. And wait, what? Okay, that was stupid. Yeah, I've done this max score before. Okay, never mind. One more time. One more time. One more time. If it doesn't work this time, I'm just gonna say, screw it. I have a lot of time, but I don't have forever. Interesting, because that was on the ground then. I don't think I already missed one. It would be funny if I had. But it... The bite seems to be a little finicky. I do like that when she's on a Spiritway, she's a little bit more like the Caholosaurus, because she doesn't have the same cooldown on her bite that she normally does. Because the Caholosaurus does not have a cooldown on its spin, which during a challenge like this serves the same exact purpose. Break the targets. That's rough. As soon as you hear, you gotta go for it. Let's jump, spam. Do it a little before you come to the target. I do find it interesting that there isn't really wiki documentation for these challenges, even though they even have names. Because they might not be, they're not listed under the Warriors challenges, and they don't apply to the People of the Springs version of the achievement, but they do in fact, each challenger does have a name. And that... Yep, and this will send me off to the side, which means I can get that coin, which I could have jumped onto this one, but wouldn't have been able to get the coin otherwise. You have to fall off so it sends you back. Bit of mechanics abuse. And here is our max score. Yep. And now I can quit myself out of this place. Yep. Now, here's another Wyob over this way. Wyob manifestation, I'm pretty sure. Let's go over and fight it. Get its... Oh, and there was also this secret source automaton. I did not notice you. Oh well. There were multiple. Okay. Let's actually do this just to get you in the right mode. Yeah, we have it. We can wet you to your countermeasures, and thanks. Thank you, and pretty darn good. Okay, now we can let Mualani finish the rest of you off. Fun. I think there was a chest here that I already got. That goes back down to... What goes over here? Yep, that's where that wide manifestation is. What else might be over here other than just this? Does not look like much. There are crystals I could have Xiuanen climb up, but not really important. And there is a little group of crystals. Cool. Thank you. Thank you. 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Guess we'll just go for it. This shouldn't be all that bad, just... Oh, come on. 1, 2, 3, 4. Keep you from moving, and please do not put your shield back up. And here we are. Easy enough. And next, nothing nearby. Boil those up for fun, but nothing will come of it. There does seem to be a nearby Oculus. And I wonder where specifically it's hidden. Answer is, it's not up there. Okay, it's just up here by the cave. Okay. That does it. Oh, and there's even a gravel point right on it. And those seem to be in the actual settlement. You know, I'll grab that right now. But I'm gonna have to check that cave now. It's a bit more for Layla. Layla food. It's fun. Don't drive yourself crazy for its sake. It's a game, not a job. HP circle it. Okay, nothing found. Okay. Next one is in there. So I guess we can just get all the chests in town. That's right here. And that shows the next one. Refreshes as soon as we get the other. And is it here or not here? Is it above? Is it below? Must be above somewhere. Maybe on top of one of the houses, or nearby here. Yeah, it's probably up there. Oh well. Alright, alright. Yep, I bet this is it. And what do you know? It seems to not be the case. It's probably way down below then. If I dropped underneath here entirely. Well, there is this little scaffold here as well. Yep. There's a chest right there. Wonder where the next one around is. Okay, nothing nearby. Okay. In that case, yeah, next up is just the cave. Which isn't big. Shouldn't take all that long. Been down here. Yep. Here's the graffiti marked stones. Can put another one in. Though, I don't imagine this is going to be the last one. Yeah. It's got to be at least one more here. It's an awfully conspicuous shape, though. Of the sky. Oh, this is the Manse of Monitu murals. So apparently it's related to the Monitu. We're at 99 now. So I wonder what is left for me to pick up. Probably an oculus somewhere, or another chest around the temple. Yeah, Toyac. Exploration in general is that. Oh, since we got the rewards for the existing areas now, we got them all now. That just disappears. Okay, okay. I kind of missed it. Well, that's life. I'll content myself with the way things are. And up there, though. Been up there. Drop. And that didn't quite work. Let's get on here and... Right, soul transmission. I've checked this before, and this is... That's the one that leads up over to the coil grass sigils, which is one way other than that gust of wind to get over to there, which leads to another puzzle. That's all. Found out. In that case, collect whatever this is. Okay. Got you. You're right here. Not in water, which means... Can't believe you can just jump over that. That's honestly really fun. Oh, that actually burned Mualani correctly. And it missed. Okay. There's a chest in here. Maybe an oculus. something nearby. It's up there. Mushroom, mushroom. That is a hint to this little area. Though again, it's not really much of anything. I think there was a chest here that I got before. That... yeah, I'm pretty sure that was a chest. Well, let's get the rest of all this. Should be... oh, and here's a rock. Thank you. And a chest. Yeah, the fact that she's very good at exploration should keep things enjoyable. And now we're at 100 in Coatepec. There we go. But, of course, they're obviously still chests. Wait. But how do I open this? Oh, okay. Use the flame grant to light the other torch. Simple enough. Okay. Oh, and that Tekabagon ingenuity brings some sigils over there to weave the cave more quickly. So essentially, the way this is more or less structured is you start at the city, go through the cave, down this tunnel, and it leads you to the temple. It naturally brings you there if that's what you want to do. Oh, we can feed the Yunkasaur. Just for fun. I definitely want to go for a weapon, maybe. It's very, very tempting. It doesn't seem to change her animations, but it just looks that good on her. It's also very specifically good for her. Yeah. Well, have you done that quest too? It was an interesting one. Okay. And we gotcha. Now we can actually possess one and talk to it again, which is how we did the quest originally. Alright, and, well, it hit the water. Dumb. Just, thank you, thank you. How then? Over this way, and we can just use him to pull this up. Thank you. Now this is... that's basically everything that was in this cave. That's alright. Oh, well, Pyro Crystal Flame. That's the exit where the Oculus was, so we've gotten that. And what's in here? Again, I think there was a chest that we got already. Right by all these big exploding things. Oh well. Oh no, there's one here. I don't think he is. That's another chest. Next one is not here. Down this way, or... yeah, let's go over and talk to you one more time. Alright. And just a little bit of Mora. Yeah. Now we can go through the little bit of the temple. Oh well. Someone brought good food, and I'd say when he's back we eat together. When will he come back? Sad. And that's this exit to the cave. Let's go grab some rocks. Nothing nearby. Yep, so... let's go back to the temple. See what, if anything, is left. It's a challenge there. Well, not a challenge, a monitor. I like money, too. Right, and we have to infuse you with phlogiston. Hello there. Oh my goodness. I didn't think that was possible. Oh well. Huge jump. Hmm. And now we can use you to grapple up the rest of the way. You've stopped. No, you actually didn't stop there. Oh, we can use that to make a platform if we feel like it. And that's where this is going. Cool. So what else is around here now? Probably nothing. There's another chest there. Guess we'll keep on moving. And we can use that to make a platform. And it's... Oh, hello. Wait, what? Read damage on tablet 5, a damage on tablet. I think this opened up after the end of that quest, maybe? Inscription on it has been eroded by the realmless passage of time, but you can still manage to vaguely make out some of what the remaining text says. The Lord of the Crossroads spake, the Great Spirit dreamed of the Black Tide. And the Black Tide is mentioned as where the Tenebrous Mimiphora came from. The sacrifice was rejected. The white earth spreads, the 6 regions surrounding the temple. Surrounded by the wastelands, refugees could not offer grain. Priests and elders alike were powerless. The warriors of each region's leader reduced to exile. The tribes all regions now are. They've become barbarians once more. That's Ignited Treasure Hunter. Stone Hut of Echoes, Alpha Dragon. I didn't know dragons had that kind of status. Okay, so... 2 more monitude, and that's there, and then also... Open the secret space for Toyac Alright. And there's nothing nearby, so it seems. Let's do it like this. Thanks. And, well, you fell off. Is that death for both of you? That's not death for either of you. What? And, okay. That was interesting. Come on. Oh, that hardly took me anywhere. Let's go back up and take them out. I think using D and Kinich together would work a bit better in comparison. Thank you. They don't make a lot of use out of those floral bud platforms, really. It's kind of a surprise for a mechanic that could be interesting for puzzles. Okay. Already been up there. I think. Pretty sure. You know what? I'm in the area. Let's fight them again. I'm never going to complain about having too many story materials. Oh my goodness. Now that was stupid. Okay. Thanks. 1, 2, 3. Bye. Thanks. Okay. She's already clunky. Careening off edges is not something I often think about having to think about, though. Yeah. But again, her clunk is deliberate as a balancing method. Maybe it's a bit silly, but it is how they balance her. Okay, cool. Thank you. Alright. There's that cave on the side over there, but other than that, not much. Oh well. No deal with that. No deal with that. And... nice, let's grab it all before it falls. I think we grabbed it, yeah. Good stuff. There's a bit of ore down there. Let's grab that. Again, I wonder, how do I want to fight Chimalli's shade this time? Also, I wonder, there is a Wyob manifestation, or was one, in the cave to the west of here, which I don't think is a map layer, interestingly enough. I did blow this up before using... And that's where the platform comes. Oops. And it made an avatar of lava show up. I remember that. Back when I first got this area all opened up and fought that local legend. Oh well, oh well. Go ahead. I want you to get over here and fight me too. Yep, we got both of you in here. This should be easy. Thanks. Oh, come on. That... Okay. Well, it took the pyro off so we can shred and reapply. That's fine. No crit, that's okay. So, yep. Not much left. But, go in here and fight Chimalli's Shade again. Always good. Right, and we can use Wriothesley with the R2 Skyward Atlas. Fun. You... Probably. Bennett. I've used Dia on here, but... Actually, Dia's good, because it means Deployed for Emily is going to work a bit better. Hello? What weapon everyone got? Good. You need Fav. Actually, no, Deepwood's good. Deepwood's okay. Not Hakushin. Good, we checked. Sack frags. And Skyward. This'll work. Thank you. I actually did not mean to do that. Yeah, thanks. And... 1, 2, 1, 2. Oops, wrong way. Oops. Thanks. And... Try this out again. Come on, come on. It's kind of working. Hit. And hit again. Thank you. Okay, we got that going for us. And... Thanks. There we are. And now we can get Burning down. Thanks. And... do a few punches. And... get that hit in. Thanks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and... there we go. Cool. Nice. And... 1, 2. Gotta see how well I can keep this going. Thanks. And... how much more are we gonna go for? Alright. It is possible to one-cycle this with enough effort. It wasn't this time. It's definitely a matter of... oh... not being able to stun it as much as I would have liked. But of course, having Wriothesley's buff up makes it real easy to break the shield. 0 stamina cost charge attacks. Thank you. Here we are. Cool. And now we can bring it back down. And thank you. Hit. And here we are. Thanks. That's a quick and easy fight with you. That's a fun one. And Kai's okay for it, but you really want to have someone like Wriothesley or Ayaka. What is funny is that Ganyu can work. Because it's just about hitting with the charge attack. It doesn't have to be blunt or anything. So if you just shoot an arrow, since it counts as charge attack damage, it's going to send the ice balls back at it without any real trouble. Doing okay for ourselves. I have not actually gone through the Signs of the Canopy's settlement then, but I can do that next time before I take on Toyac. That'll be easy enough. Shouldn't take all that long, but take longer than I want to spend more time on today. Oh, come on. Barrel. Goodbye. There was a chest there before, I believe. Do you find it funny that it's just shy of breaking? Just shy of breaking the cauldron. Got an egg. Oh, that's pointing at this ball game mechanism. I do honestly really like that. Even though they only really use it once. Well, and in a nearby optional cave that isn't part of the quest, the one to the west of here. But it's still in the temple complex. Something a bit like the Mayan ball game. Take me out to the ball game. Come on. Get in here. And go on the water. That's good for me. Thanks. Cool. And you certainly took a long road around. Are you stuck? You seem to be stuck. Yeah, well. Out of your misery. Thanks. Did seem like it might have regenerated some health somehow. Or at least maybe not had power aura on it to vaporize like I thought it would be running around the water. Maybe. Maybe. This actually goes up. You can deal with a couple more of those guys. Simple enough. Oops. And that didn't damage, but it woke them up, which is worse. Thanks. But it is a one-tap on you guys. Good. Thanks. Yeah. Hilitril one-tap. And it is not as if Hilitrils are anything other than trivial at this point, but it's fun. This was a graffiti. Marked rock. One time. Bombable wall. Talk about Zelda. And we will just take pot shots at you. Very good. Oh, that didn't vape. Okay. One just lying on the ground. Wait, how did I grapple if I was hitting... if I had one barreled? Whatever. I'm not gonna think about it. And that just goes all the way up here. That's it. Okay. Well, isn't that much left around, but you can just go through the cave and the temple one more little time. That's okay. Oops. Okay. Go up. You can go around it. Diagonal movement is his specific strength. That much is certain. Yep, already went here today. This was for the ball game, which is totally dead. Totally complete. Okay. Oh my goodness. And... okay, Legba is still here. Hello. So it's you. How things are going? Well, I trust. If you're tired, you can rest up here and you can rest easy for I'll keep watch. About the young Saurians with marks on their heads. Oh, you mean the mark on Theodorix's head? I've heard that young Saurians with such marks are far stronger than their peers. That's probably no more than a rumor, so I don't really know much about Saurians. Well, we saw him, and he was strong. Manifestations of the Wives' will. It is said to be a threat of the Wives' will. Many of the tribe have seen them, because they say they got their own reasons for appearing above ground. Stuff like an obsidian statue being stolen, huh? But mostly tribes people opt to sneak past them. Though they do often appear in the tales of storytellers, they test the brave with trials, punish the greedy, or guide heroes on the right path, stuff like that. Which is interesting because we can have one as an ally in a fight with another Wyab in that new Patapos Solidarity local legend. It's nothing that was just on my way. Very well then, safe travels. Cool. And again, this is... yeah, it's complete now. There is just that cave down that other way, it seems. And other than that, it's... completed. Okay. Well, mushroom. And what else? Grab on. Anything here? Oh, there was a Mororok for investigation. So again, good that I bothered to check. This goes up here. That works too, kinda. Takes us right through that. And this? Nothing really. Okay. Do have a couple Yunkasaurs though to fight with. Alright. Go ahead and 1, 2. Did not destroy the barrel, thankfully. And... oh, but we're too enclosed for it to actually fire the missiles. Oops. And the barrels are, of course, a lot more sensitive than the flame granites. Blows up with fire versus blows up with anything. Yeah. Nothing nearby. But of course a normal plunge won't do it. It's gotta be that funny spin plunge. This is where that why manifestation was before. What's interesting is that this is more of an Enkanomiya type architecture deal than maybe a Saurian type architecture. Which, the Ancestral Temple is a little bit different architecturally. Triangles and angles in general are more of a Enkanomiya / Unified Civilization thing. Still not much. This, it's a small cave, to the point that it does not even show up on map layers. It is kind of a shame that we did all the ballgame puzzles before we had Kinich. Therefore, I don't get to see. Though, presumably, it's just he puts it in his arm cannon like he does with a flame granite. But even still. Hi. Oh, there's another down there. That's nothing. Okay. But it... Candlecap mushrooms, I don't think they're even used for anything. Because star shrooms can at least be used for at least one Samara recipe. That mushroom combination or whatever. This is nothing. Oh, and I did not mean to kill that crystal fly. My most insincere apologies. Alright. And almost out. This is how we left originally. And we'd use this to blow up an entry. Blow up the exit to get out. And of course, there was a little... Oops. Little recess over here you'd only see if you turned back, mostly with more tablets. You've seen... oh, right. We need to check those. Sacks of grain, ingots, quality by the priests. Special shamans, collect funds for the poor, make a record. Do you have the third lunar equips? War, sacrifice of prisoners, illegal without exception. Yeah. Right, because a couple of others we saw. there was another one down here. I believe. Somewhere in these ruins. Said I have seen them already. Is it here? It's not here. Well, seen them already. It's just all about human sacrifice, everyone's favorite. Okay. So in that case, do a final little run through the temple. A little temple run. That should be another once over on everything here in Coatepec. We are at 100, so there really can't be much left. There was an Oculus in here, but we got it on our first trip down. Tablet 1, to the Lord of the Crossroads, guarding the land at night, obsidian mirror bathed in twilight, deity awaiting the decaying night's dreams, probably Renova or Cihuacoatl, envoy who accepts us. That's probably Cihuacoatl, and she will show us the ancient dream. Yeah, and Cihuacoatl is in a state of dreaming, so that's probably Cihuacoatl. Alright. Yeah, because each one kind of hints at next patch's characters and lore reveals. Things that make more sense in retrospect. Yeah. Nothing really up here. Drained that water some time ago, but we're fine. Alright. It's another. I did not mean to do that. Fun puzzle here originally. And... oh, okay. So while we're in an area around those... the Coalgrass sigils with buds will regenerate it. We did this puzzle already. It was about stopping the movements of the lanterns at the right time so they'd match each other's heights. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. And nothing really in here. It'd be funny if this was breakable, but it's not. I think we had to break a wall to get in here to move the other lanterns. Okay, cool. Couple more Mora for our trouble, but again, nothing serious note. There was water here, now there's not water here. And another stone tablet. Hello. Image stone tablet, vaguely eroded by passage of time, vaguely make out what the remaining text says. Let's roll. The barbarians worship evil dragon sect, seizing relaxation for being twisted out of the expanse through regions. Idols destroyed, prisoners of war, very Gideon. For the crossroads, sprinkle essence of sacrifice, probably blood. Each of the head elders, 3 districts of each of the tribes. All tribes recruit craftsmen, expand temples and forts, but in blessings, savage lands ruled by dragons. So the war between the dragons and humans, which I believe is also part of explained in the new world questline, I think. Probably. Nothing really down here, but we got a gust to take us back up. Because there's nothing here. Nothing up top over there either. Some of the Sumeru pyramids you could go partially up and find stuff there. Oh, but actually showed something that's on that island that's in Toyac. More or less, and we return to that obsidian statue. So I don't want to go and just talk to everyone in the settlement of Scions of the Canopy now. So I think I'm just going to... and we've done most of things. Got about half of Toyac left, but Toyac is tiny. Got all the chests in Upper Sanctum, so I'm pretty sure it's just the lava river, which will be fun. There should be more fishing there too. And then Basin is pretty small. Basin is small. And it doesn't have underground areas to waylay you. Other than the arena, which I know has at least one chest in it. But I'm just going to do one more ley line with Chasca, and that will be it for today. It has been fun. Got a good amount of things done. Oh, right, we got 3 actually. Didn't use the ones before. I'll just do these real quick, have some money saved up for Orbone and Chasca next time, and yeah, we'll conclude things like that. We fought He Never Dies, we fought Chimalli's Shade, and Cihuacoatl of Chimeric Bone. Yeah, 4 out of the 6 Night Soul totems are around. Can't really actually see the cave just via map layers, because there are other ones that overlap with it. The Flame Granite Tree in particular. There's the excavation site with Awatl's Blessing. There's He Never Dies, Chimalli's Shade, and Cihuacoatl, and they're all sort of around the temple, which makes sense since it is so Night Souls related. Thank you. And just like this. And we got our hypersense going. That's nice. Come on. Keep on shooting. Got some problems. Well, alright. Go like this. Thanks. And here we are. Okay. Okay, we're alone. And should be good for the rest. Thanks. Triggering a lot of overloads though, and of course Chascas aren't really strong in any way because, yeah, level 80 is... I think level 80... Overloads procced by a level 80 character have a third of the base damage as overloads procced by a level 90 character. The scaling is quadratic and rather drastic. Alright. I still need to see what is up with this water bowl. It just spawns an Animo slime. And that killed it, because of the hypersense. It's funny. Alright, alright. Thanks. And this is a good time to use this. Thank you. Cool. And keep on shooting. Thanks. Thank you. And that, again, not perfect. And there we go with our hypersense. Fun. You know what? Just like this. I do like how it's a bolt from the sky in a very similar manner to Fischl's Ascension passive. And it's a similar kind of deal, just coordinate attacks triggered by other party members. Although this is specifically electrocharged or Night Soul instead of... Oh, on-field character triggers an electro reaction, which is honestly very, very specialized. It's about as specialized as the Night Souls you'll hear, just in a different kind of way. Thanks. And we'll do it. Thanks. Cool. Oh, didn't see you. Okay, come on. That's fine. And here we are. Over one more round of shots. Yeah, but she is not for single target. I mean, not for group situations. But she still did fine. And if she was level 90, this rolls and actual reactions probably would have made it a one cycle, but it is what it is. Okay. So we have a good amount of Mora. I think I'll get more and more over in the next couple of days. Try to make Orone and Chasca a bit stronger for Theater and Abyss. But took going a little over. Decent amount over, but we have Coatepec complete, just like Tekamekon yesterday. Next time I do exploration, I guess it'll be Toyac. Then Basin, and then, yeah, move on to new Archon Quest, Travel Chronicles, World Quests, though probably I won't really be able to do any exploration until next patch, but that'll be okay. Because then I'll have Malvika and Sotwali too. Keep things nice and fun. So yeah, thank you very much, and Sanaragan.